Good afternoon. I'm opening the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Mount San Antonio College today, Wednesday, April 16, 2025. First item on the agenda is item 1.02, confirmation of the closed session agenda. This closed session agenda is confirmed as presented. So we will move forward with public communication for closed session items only. Item 2.01, public communication. At this time, the Board of Trustees will listen to communications from the public on the matters that are on the closed session agenda. This is consistent with Government Code Section 54954.3a. The Board will not be permitted to make public comments on the items that are not listed on the closed session agenda. Not only the board, but the public. So any comments that are presented are limited to anyone presenting no more than 3 minutes per person. And because of the number of closed session cards that we've asked, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute item. In accordance with Board Policy 2350, the board will also be limiting public comments to no longer than 20 minutes per topic. The board can extend the time of 20 minutes upon majority vote of the board, but the board encourages those who are speaking on a topic to select a spokesperson to address the concerns of the group. So at this time, we will now be listening to public comment on those items that are listed on the closed session agenda. First person is Stacy. Thank you, Stacy. Bacigalupi. Did I get that right, Stacy? I'm not Stacy. Okay. Well, someone said that, so thank you for whoever said that. So you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Catherine McKee, full-time faculty member. I'm reading this on behalf of Stacy. I want to express my concerns about things happening at Mount SAC recently. For one, the district refuses to negotiate fairly for things as basic as pass-through COLA when there have been increases in salaries in almost all other constituency groups. This should be non-negotiable given the cost of living has increased significantly and the purpose of COLA is to compensate for that. On top of that, faculty have not received an actual raise in 10 years. When I first started teaching at Mount SAC nearly 20 years ago, we regularly received COLA plus. We need to go back to that. In addition, Mount SAC is constantly building new buildings, many of which are funded through bond money, I know. Nonetheless, it wasn't too long ago that the district spent who knows how much money to tear down the old Carl's Jr. and put in Building 8, the new Mountie Cafe, which ultimately was open for only a few years before shutting down, replaced by the cafe in Building 410. Building 8 is now essentially empty and useless. What, if any, plan is there for that space on campus? I teach in Building 26, which was last renovated around 2007-8. This renovation was not done well, and we need another renovation or a new building. However, even though most of the campus's FTEs come from humanities and social sciences, we are neglected. We get called the creepy area on campus, which got us new lights and cameras, as well as new emergency alert boxes that no one was trained on. That said, Monday there was an earthquake in San Diego County at 10:28, and these emergency alert boxes started sounding and talking an hour after the earthquake happened over 100 miles away. The alarms rang for 10 minutes, disrupting classes. We need to take a good look at what matters on this campus. COLA Plus for all faculty is a minimum that should be guaranteed. We also need to include Building 26 in renovations or new builds. We prioritize things like a new cafe that is used less than 10 years rather than office and classroom space where learning and professor-student interactions occur. I single-handedly support my family financially, physically, and emotionally. As the cost of living rises, I need to know that the college I work for supports the work I do. Adjunct faculty need to be valued as well and supported with raises and benefits so they can support their families. and we should be able to come to a place of employment that is more than just freshly painted with lights. The students and faculty deserve more. I would like to acknowledge the support of our division in advocating for us and Faculty Association negotiation team for getting us COLA the last few years, although it's been 16 months late, where the college gets to keep the interest on our earned income. I would also like to acknowledge the Faculty Association in supporting the faculty who lost their homes in the recent fires. I know we are fortunate, but for many of us, this was by design. We worked hard to get where we are.
Thank you very much. Time is up.
And we work hard for the students.
Next up is Maya Alvarez Galvan, and after that is Joshua Christ.
Good evening. My name is Maya Alvarez Galvan, and I am the organizer for the Faculty Association. Last month, 6 board members approved a very generous amendment employment agreement for President Garcia. She has been at Mount SAC for less than 2 years, and you approved 2 raises that amounted to over 6%. However, in the last 10 years, faculty have not gotten a single raise. Why did you give the president 2 raises in under 10 years when faculty who have more longevity at Mount SAC and work directly with students have not gotten a raise? I am here to present you with a petition that we sent out to our members. You all have this. Over 500 Mount SAC faculty members signed the petition supporting our negotiations, which includes a very modest pay raise. Please keep in mind that as you discuss negotiations in closed session. In addition to her 6% raise, President Garcia also receives a very generous fringe benefits package, which amounts to $21,600 annually. She gets money put into her retirement account, a car allowance, and mileage within LA County. That brings her take-home income to almost $400,000. Faculty don't receive any of those fringe benefits. Good leaders lead by example, so I urge you to look at her example and apply her arguments to faculty. One of her arguments for receiving such a generous compensation package is that she works really hard. Faculty workload has increased dramatically, especially since the pandemic. But the district negotiating team recently argued that automation makes our teaching easier. Nothing could be further from the truth, but that claim only shows how out of touch the district is with the demands placed upon teachers. Our exceptional work ethic is the reason that Mount SAC is a college of champions. We prepare our students to excel at local, national, and international competitions. Thanks to our guidance and dedication, our students graduate and transfer to prestigious universities. It is due to our hard work that Mount SAC is ranked so highly, not because of a single person occupying the president's office. We work harder, so we should also get a raise. She also argued that she is underpaid compared to her counterparts at other districts. The salaries of Mount SAC faculty have eroded over the last 10 years, and we are now grossly underpaid compared to neighboring community college districts, such as North Orange County, Riverside, South Orange County, LA County, and Santa Monica. Therefore, we should also get a raise to close the pay gap with other districts. The faculty is not asking for car allowances, retirement contributions, or mileage. Our financial proposals are very modest and reasonable. Please remember that it isn't the president that makes a great college. It is our students that make Mount SAC such a great college. But without faculty, you would not have students, and there would be no Mount SAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Joshua Christ, and after Joshua is Herschel Greenberg.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here to lead off and contextualize some of what we wanted to speak to you about as the actual negotiating team members. Specifically, I wanted to give you more information about the report that we gave to each of you in both email and hard document form, published by the Auditor of the State of California, where they evaluated how well 10 California colleges, including Mount SAC, followed the 50% law. I'm sure that President Garcia has already shared the results of this audit with you, since we have on good authority from the Auditor's Office that she's known the general results since at least January. But we were surprised that it didn't appear on this month's agenda as a chance to share these results with the whole Mount SAC community and discuss how we will do better to follow the 50% law into the future. As a refresher, according to Ed Code Section 8436-2, the 50% law requires each district to spend at least half of its current expenses on education each fiscal year for salaries and benefits of classroom instructors. The results reported by the audit are damning for Mount SAC, and we'd like to share with you the audited results that mirror what you've been hearing from the faculty for years, and that the district refutes each time we bring it up. Mount SAC's compliance with the 50% law is declining. The report shows on page 52 that our compliance rates dropped from 54.5% to 51.4% since 2018. Money spent on managers over the last 10 years has increased from $7.8 million of our budget to $22.8 million of our budget. This is a 193% increase in money spent on manager salaries over the last 10 years. You can see this as self-reported data on page 76 and 77. This is our own financial data that they're reporting. The following data is present on page 40. New faculty hired in the last 10 years is up just 3.5%, compared to new student FTES enrollment up 11%, compared to new manager position FTEs up 38%. This means that not only are faculty not keeping up with student demands, but managers are outpacing student demand threefold. In quick summary, the district is paying managers more to manage fewer people. Figure 1 on page 6 gives an easy understanding of how the 50% law is broken down and compliance is calculated. All instructor salaries are in the numerator, with all educational expenses in the denominator. There are some expenses excluded, such as basic needs, lottery, new construction, etc. The report specifically highlights Mount SAC's practice of using instructional lottery funds, funds where there was hundreds of thousands of dollars swept this year to pay its electrical bills. This is done to circumvent the 50% law and make us look more compliant than we actually are, since those bills are typically in the denominator, but using lottery funds takes them out of the formula. Since January 2024, there have been 27 full-time faculty separations, but President Garcia only approved hiring 7 new full-time faculty. This exacerbates the problem highlighted in the report. The auditor reminds districts that the FON is a minimum requirement and should serve as a floor, not serve as the target number. This audit looks bad. We serve as a model school for the California community college system, and audit highlights all sorts of creative accounting that has been ongoing within our system to circumvent these intent of state laws. The auditor has recommendations on page 46 that specifically apply to some of the practices we have been enabling.
Thank you. Next up is Herschel Greenberg, and after Herschel is Emily Woolery.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Herschel Greenberg, EDD, and I'm here to tell you a story. Sometimes the right thing to do is the right thing to do because it is the right thing to do. I learned this from my boss. You see, a long time ago, long before I was in education, I worked in corporate America. And in 1995, my boss gave me a raise. It was 25 cents. But to an 18-year-old, that was a lot of money. And I asked him why. Why did I get that raise? And he gave me 2 answers that I want to share with you right now. The first answer was that a raise is my way of saying thank you. When you work hard for your boss, for your company, a way you get a thank you is a raise. And if that premise is true, it means that you have not said thank you to your faculty in 10 years. In that 10 years, the amount of work that we have done has been tremendous. And if you believe that a thank you is due, then it is time for a raise. The second thing he told me when I asked him why did I get that raise in 1995, was that a corporation has a responsibility to do the right thing. Part-time healthcare is doing the right thing. The state of California has offered a 100% reimbursement program to all community colleges who meet the 4 criteria to offer their adjunct healthcare. That means, by the district's own estimate of $11.5 million, would be 100% reimbursed to you, the college, if we meet those criteria by offering adjunct healthcare. It would seem to me, as a corporation, doing the right thing is giving the majority of the people that work for you access to quality health care, which is going to be far better than what the plans are right now. Based on the district's own data, 652 would qualify for adjunct health care at this college. Right now, only 125 are using it. That seems to me a reason to do the right thing. So what did I learn from my time in corporate America? What did I learn from talking to my boss about why I deserve that raise, even though I only worked there for 1 month? Was that doing the right thing may be challenging. Doing the right thing could be scary. But doing the right thing is always the right thing to do because it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Woolery.
Good evening. Emily Woolery, Faculty Association President. We have heard the district wants to settle negotiations early. We have heard they would like to close in April or May, perhaps. We have heard, and we hope to not continue negotiations into the fall, as been the past practice for many years. Unfortunately, we do not see any interest from the district team in doing so. So far, the district team has said no to most of the Faculty Association's financial proposals. It said no to adjunct faculty health care that is fully covered by the state. I've been told by the Community College Association that many districts have already negotiated this. We will find out the details and share that with you. So the district has said no to adjunct faculty health care. The district team has said maybe to COLA in September. Even for a guaranteed increase to the district, this district still says maybe. This district team has said maybe to an extension of an office hour pilot for our adjunct professors. This is a pilot that's already in effect and does not cost the district much money at all. The district has said they will turn this maybe into a yes if these adjunct professors do even more work. As part of the negotiation process, the Faculty Association is required to do a negotiation survey. We do not just make up these things. We survey all of our members, actually all of the faculty, even if they're not members, on what's important to them. Faculty contribute the ideas for the survey, and then they rank the ideas. Throughout the process, we also check in with them to see if we're still on target with what they have asked us to reach for. And in this process, faculty are asking for simple things. They're asking for increased faculty wages and benefits, equal pay for equal work through adjunct parity, and protection of our profession and the rights of the students in the classroom. Based on member input, you heard earlier, over 500 members recently signed on to share that we're working towards the right direction. But based on this input, the Faculty Association team cannot consider closing negotiations until it can demonstrate movement or see a path towards these items. So, Board of Trustees, I am here tonight along with my faculty colleagues to ask that you please direct the district team towards some movement on our financial and healthcare articles. Thank you
very much. That was the last public comment card. So at this time, the board will adjourn to closed session to discuss the following closed session items. 3.01, which is conference with labor negotiator, Chief Negotiator Soka Song, CSEA 651, CSEA 262, the Faculty Association, and Dr. Martha Garcia, Management and Confidential Employees. Also, we will be discussing item 3.02, Public Employee Performance Evaluation for the President and CEO. We are now moving into closed session. Good evening. It's 6:57. I'm calling this meeting to order. I'd like to start by giving consideration and acknowledgement. Student trustee.
Thank you, Board Chair. I would like to start this meeting by giving consideration and acknowledgement to the Gabrielina Tongva Quiche peoples as the traditional land caretakers of Tavangar. I want to ask that we all pay our respects to the Hanukatum, ancestors, Ahihiram, elders, and Iohinkam, our relatives, relations, past, present, and emerging. Aho.
Thank you. Dr. Hidalgo, would you do the flag salute, please?
Sure. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now on the agenda, we are at item 4.02, reporting of action taken in closed session. Regarding item 3.01, conference with labor negotiators, there was no action taken. Regarding item 3.02, public employee performance evaluation of the president and CEO, no action taken. Now, regarding agenda item 4.03, confirmation of the agenda, we are approving the agenda of the regular meeting today, April 16, 2025. The agenda is confirmed as presented. At this point, we are now on item 5.01, recognitions. Very quickly, we want to share that this year, Mount SAC's turf team traveled to Palm Springs to compete in the National Student Challenge at the Sports Field Managers Association Conference. Out of approximately 30 college teams from across the country, Mount SAC made history once again, sweeping the competition and taking first, second, and third place. This time, multi-part competition tests students on the turf management knowledge, practical skills, and our students showed why Mount SAC is a national leader in this field. With over 15 years of competing, Mount SAC now ranks second all-time first place wins and has medaled nearly every year. Congratulations to our outstanding student competitors, to Professors Chaz Perea and Brian Scott for their exceptional coaching. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Would you guys like to say something real fast? Congratulations, man.
Yeah? Want to see? Okay. Yeah, I want to say thank you to my students. I want to say thank you to almost all 12 of us are here, but there's something to be said about a bunch of students who are willingly going to spend 20 Friday nights with Chaz underneath my expectations with very close attention in order to go compete with a bunch of research universities, and you sit down in this room and you take a test with these people at the same time. Everyone in the same room, team test. With surprise topics, you don't know what you do. And then they go put your scores up on the wall in front of everybody in the middle of the trade room floor, right? And everybody sees it. And then you feel really bad or really good about yourself when you're done. And we've been trying to sweep for a long time. And to catch Penn State slipping, and for you all to have gone on this journey with me, I think I've grown a lot more than you guys. So thank you. Thank you for supporting the college. Thank you for supporting your teammates. Go Mount SAC.
Woo! Congratulations. All right, so if you will please come behind us, we're going to take a picture with you guys behind us and the board. So board colleagues, if we can scoot together. And Dr. Garcia. Wow, that's our Mount SAC turf team. Let's give it up for them one more time. Next up, we need to hear a Mount SAC Mountie. Huge congratulations to the Mount SAC women's basketball team. This is the Mounties this year's 3C2A state champions. The title was earned right here at home and marks the 96th state championship in Mount SAC's history and the 9th for our women's basketball program. After a hard-fought semifinal win over previously undefeated College of the Sequoias and the dominant performance against defending champs Orange Coast College in the finals, the team showed incredible resilience and heart. So this marks the 5th state title under the head coach Brian Critchlow, who has been also named South Coast Conference Coach of the Year 9 times. And congratulations to Coach Critchlow and the entire team. You have made Mount SAC proud. Turning it over to you, bro.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. I just want to say what a tremendous honor it is to be before you guys today and represent the school the way that we have this year. I give all the glory, I give all the honor to these young ladies that are standing behind you. We spent 6 months of working hard through their determination, their dedication, and their desire to win another state championship and etch their names in the history. They did it. They did it. We always say by hook or crook, we're going to get it done, and we did it. So these young ladies deserve all the praise because they did a wonderful job this year. Thank you.
Congratulations. Can we get a picture with you guys too behind us?
We can.
That would be awesome, right behind us, and we'll come in. We want to see you guys next on ESPN and members of the Sparks, among other teams, right? So proud of our Lady Mounties. Let's give it up to them one more time. Woo! We have one more recognition that we would like to give, and that is, let's give it up to the mighty Mount SAC men's wrestling team for capturing both the 3C2A team and individual state championships, adding number 94 and adding number 95 state titles to the Mount SAC championship history. This is the 3rd time in 4 years that they have swept both championships in the same season. The team defeated Fresno City College in the dual championships and went on to dominate in the individual championships with 4 state championships and 11 of 12 athletes placing. These wins also mark the 7th and 8th titles under head coach David Rivera, tying him for the 2nd all-time in school history. Congratulations to Coach Rivera and the entire team. Once again, you guys have shown what it means to be Mount SAC champions. Congrats. Turning it over to you.
Hello. Oh yeah. I just want to thank everybody, especially Dr. Garcia and you guys board members for supporting our athletic department. I want to thank our Joe Jenham, our athletic department as well, and my assistant coaches. We had an amazing season this year, and like you went through the recap, we broke records again and make history here, and we're trying to continue a successful career here as athletes. So these guys are pushing for next year and looking forward for another opportunity to compete on the mat and represent Mount SAC. I'm going to pass it on to Coach Dominguez, my assistant coach.
Thank you for having us here. We have a great group of young men here, very diverse group that comes to the community college here. A lot of the athletes, students first, then athletes. You put the hours these young men put in is tremendous. Plus the school work they have to do, and some of them have to balance jobs and work and put it all together, especially with cutting weight, dieting, and just the tremendous work, and it pays off. So we're very fortunate. Tons of gratitude to Mount SAC. I mean, without you guys, the support, the tutoring they have for the students and everything. I mean, to the resources we have here is unbelievable, and it makes it easy and it helps us out as coaches to guide these young men to become good citizens and give them the foundations they need. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Can we take a picture with you guys? Just join us behind here. That'd be awesome. Let's give it up for our Mountie boys one more time. Woo! Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much for making time to come and visit us tonight. All right, board colleagues, let's take care of some business. Item 6.01, approval of the minutes of the special meeting, March 8. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. And student trustee?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Item 6.02, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of March 12. Is there a motion? I move. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded. Student trustee?
I vote in favor.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to move straight into public comment. We're on item 7.01 on the agenda. So this time, the Board of Trustees is going to listen to communications from the public on items that are on the agenda, as well as matters that are not on the agenda that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of this Board of Trustees. Under the provisions of the California Brown Act, the board is prohibited from discussing or taking any action on your oral requests that are not part of the agenda. Comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per person, and as board president, I have the authority to enforce that. And please know, because of the large quantity of wonderful public comments that we have been requested, we're going to have to keep really tight reins. And what I will be doing is I will be calling the first person's name and as well as the second person's name, just so that they are in queue. Also, in accordance to Board Policy 2350, the board is going to be limiting public comments to 20 minutes per topic, okay? So the board may extend the time depending on a majority of vote of the board, and the board encourages those who are speaking on a specific topic perhaps to consider selecting a spokesperson to address the entire concerns of the group. All right, so first up, we have roughly about 35 cards here. So that's going to take us almost 2 hours. So I'm just giving everybody a heads up so that if you are wonderful and you can keep it under 3, we would be grateful. But if not, know that we are giving you 3 minutes. First up is going to be Carmen Rexech, I think. Did I get that right? And after Carmen is Joshua Christ. Carmen?
Till I hear my name pronounced. So anyway, I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank all of you for your support of our club, our students, and certainly of our health conference, which is now in its 15th year. We're so excited, and you should have all received an invitation, and I brought some students with me. This is our conference chairman, Audrey. We've got our president, David. We've got Gabriel. We've got Shalim, and also Aitana. They're all on our conference committee, and we just want to welcome you and ask you to please come. It's going to be May 2nd. I'll let Audrey take over here. She's better than I am at talking.
All right, thank you for having us. I hope you all are having a great day. As Dr. Exek mentioned, I'm the conference chair, and we have over here David, who's co-chairing with me as well. Aitana, she's speaker care co-chair, so she's in charge of facilitating all of our speaker cares, or all of our speakers who's coming to the conference. We have Shaliman, come forward, who's in charge of our program. It's a wonderful, beautiful program. And then we have Gabriel over here in the back left, or your right. He's our donations chair. So I hope you all received our invitations to you this morning. We just wanted to formally invite you to our conference, which will be happening in 2 weeks on Friday, May 2nd. And if you can, Dr. Garcia, we would love for you to open our health conference again this year, like last year, if you can. Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So we hope you'll come. We have wonderful, wonderful speakers. It's one world, one health, one world, one health. And so we're including the veterinary community. So we've got a lot of people from our RVT program involved as well.
Awesome.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations in advance.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next up is Joshua Christ. After Joshua, it's Serena O.
So I'm channeling Josh today. My apologies for having to leave you all this fun early, but I am supporting students in the theater tonight for final dress rehearsals of Rock and Roll. Hello again, Board of Trustees. I come before you a second time to talk to you about the second item on your closed session agenda, evaluation of a college president. In the spirit of making Mount SAC a better place, we have some concerns that we would like to bring to your attention. Our first area of concern is misinformation. At the last board meeting, during a discussion about sabbaticals, the cost of 6 sabbaticals was proposed to you at a dollar figure of $1.3 million. The district's own fiscal services department put the total cost of all sabbatical replacements at $913,000. You are all fiscally responsible, but when the fiscal information is incorrect, you cannot make informed decisions about our campus, and you cannot serve the community effectively. We hope that in evaluating the president, you will ensure that the data you are provided accurately reflects the situation being discussed. We have a shared interest in open and honest communication. Please reach out, and we'd be glad to verify what you hear from the administration. A second area of concern is how Dr. Garcia handled student concerns at the recent President's Forum. For the first hour and a half or more, all student questions were direct and pointed, and no one from the stage gave them the respect of an honest answer. I spoke with the students after the event, and many of them felt infantilized, condescended to, and disrespected. The college president walked off the stage not once, but twice, because she felt disrespected. However, there is no conversation happening about how the students did not feel heard or respected. Faculty also do not feel heard, especially when the response is, quote, "I'm the president and it's my decision," end quote. In your review, we encourage you to support her in building better relations and having more effective communication with all of the Mount SAC constituents. Lastly, As the president, one of her responsibilities is to ensure that APs and BPs are followed consistently. But we have seen many violations of our school policies. For example, the FA followed procedure to have an item placed on the board agenda as information, not action, but we were denied, violating BP 2340. We merely wanted to share with you information on our political activity that benefits the college and earns the college $29 million per year. Our hope is that she will advocate for the APs and BPs to be followed by all people and at all times. We also suspect the president is planning to violate AP 7122, specifically subsection M, within the next month or two. To conclude, we ask that you address these issues with the president. I implore you to dig deeper and
Thank you
reach out
very
to the
much.
constituents to
Next
hear their
up
stories so
is,
that these problems don't become
Serena
bigger
O.
issues in the future. Thank
After
you.
Serena is Naluce Manuela Ito Rocha Santana. I hope I got that right. Serena?
Good evening. My name is Serena Ott, and I teach in the World Languages Department. I'm one of the individuals whose sabbatical was not funded. And I'm here to ask you to revisit this decision because the information you received needs to be contextualized differently. The contract states it's the intent of the district to advocate on behalf of ranked sabbaticals recommended to the board. The district was supposed to advocate for all of the recommended ranked sabbaticals, but in fact, the district made a motion to only approve 5 of the 11 new sabbaticals for the upcoming academic year. This motion was based on misleading financial assumptions. So while the official documentation states that backfill costs would total approximately $913,000 using the adjunct faculty pay rate, the board discussion last month cited a cost of over $3 million, a figure calculated using overestimated full-time salary figures. Even by your own logic, approving half of that inflated number, you've shown that the real actual cost of funding all sabbaticals at $913,000 is within reach. So it is fiscally possible for the board to fund all sabbaticals, but I want to emphasize why you should fund them all. The sabbatical proposals show that faculty are ready to lead on issues that matter. My sabbatical focuses on the socio-political ramifications of ethnicity, gender, power, and language, and aims to contrast the human dimensions of language with the workings of generative AI. These are pressing issues in higher education and in society. We don't teach in a vacuum. Our disciplines shift in response to technological advances, to social change, and industry demands. Sabbaticals empower us to adapt, innovate, and bring back instruction that's not only relevant and competitive, but deeply meaningful to us and to our students. This is what it means to be an environment of academic excellence, and this should be Mount SAC's first priority and first investment. You still have time to reconsider your decision. I urge you to fund all of the sabbaticals that were recommended by the Sabbatical and Leaves Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Naluce.
Yes, Naluce,
Okay.
Naluce
hello.
Manuela Ito Rocha Santana. I'm Brazilian.
Okay.
I have big name, long name.
And
Hi.
then after that is Mary McGuire. For you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Naluce. I came here the last time. I have no paper with me because this is who I am. A professor who teaches health and public health and human sexuality and gender biology. And as a matter of fact, I remember that because of who I am, I won for the very first time when Mount SAC decided to acknowledge adjuncts. I was the very first adjunct to win the outstanding award from the whole campus when I used to be adjunct. I was adjunct for 11 years until I got my full-time job here, and I'm already tenure, which I continue teaching gender biology and public health and human sexuality and health in general. My my proposal, which I'm number 9 on the rank, and again, I don't want to even go further again with whatever is in the poster or what my colleagues already have said, but I'm concerned because my proposal for my first very sabbatical, that I've been here for 20 years, technically, is to actually take classes that can help me to teach a series of new courses that our biology department is proposing, actually is preparing. Dr. Rakshak, that just came here, and myself, we are writing about women's justice, women's health courses that I know that I need to be updated on those terms, on those issues that are constantly ongoing. I already teach public health here. I already teach health here, and I always have to update myself. Example, condoms. We used to call male condom, female condom. Now we're not supposed to say none of those. We're supposed to say internal condom, external condom, to be included to everybody. I'm just giving examples that we are constantly have to be updating ourselves with the new information, with new studies that is coming on. So therefore, I'm really concerned that if I do not go to this sabbatical to take those classes that I need in order for me to get more skilled on those issues, those classes that we are doing, who's going to be teaching? That's all I have to say. So thank you so very much. I'm sorry for not using the microphone. This is me, now Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Mary McGuire, and after Mary is Kara Tan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary McGuire. I'm an art history faculty here at Mount SAC, and I'm here to express my hope that you will reconsider the sabbatical applications this year. The cost that was discussed previously, the average of $300,000 plus $70,000 per sabbatical for the backfill, which is $370,000, is highly misleading. The very most a faculty can even earn here is $219 and some change. And that's if they are doing every single stipend that's available, they have their PhD, and have the top level of salary. So that's a very misleading number and inflated. With that said, I want to tell you a little bit about my own proposal and the value it has to both students and the college. Every semester I have students asking me for opportunities in the arts and other creative fields, such as museum work or other kinds of nonprofits in the creative world. They ask me for connections, they ask me for internships, etc. And sometimes I have those things available because I know what they are in LA and in other parts of Southern California. But these kinds of things are notoriously closed off to people that come from disadvantaged backgrounds, lower income, people of color, and otherwise disadvantaged folks. Despite this, I've seen students thrive in these kinds of endeavors, and I've seen them thrive in making connections, and I've seen them thrive in these creative outlets. I'm also very well positioned to help students in these ways because I have my own very developed network of artists, art workers, curators, museum professionals who I know in Southern California and throughout the U.S., really. And I want to, in my sabbatical, develop lesson plans that provide a structure for students to reach out to these kinds of folks and develop their own confidence in entering these kinds of spaces. And I believe this is a very important thing, especially for our student body who are otherwise unaware of some of these opportunities. Some of them have never even entered a museum. And so to open up that realm of thinking to them is a hugely significant and valuable thing. I could say a lot more. I'm realizing my time is only 20 more seconds. But in my proposal, I have examples of all kinds of artists from various backgrounds who have found their own way, and curators and other practitioners who have found their own way and have come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And so I want to also provide that as an example to students and through my lesson plans, and you can read it in my sabbatical. I have a lot more info about that. So I do hope,
Thank you very
finish
much.
very quickly, that you will reconsider those sabbaticals, because I think
All right.
all of us have a lot to offer.
Kara Tan, and after Kara is Tiffany Kuo.
Are you ready? Okay. Trustees, President Garcia, and members of our Mount SAC community, thank you for having me here. I'm here to give public comment regarding my and my fellow colleagues' sabbatical applications that were not approved at this last month's Board of Trustees meeting. I want to draw attention to an error that was made that Mary McGuire brought up as well in the discussion of the cost of sabbaticals to the district. The only additional cost would be to pay for part-time faculty to teach the classes that the faculty who were given sabbatical normally teach. That cost amounts to $913,325, which is a quarter of the cost that was discussed at last month's board meeting, $3,291,000. The board was supposed to discuss spending $913,325, which is the only additional cost to the district, and is what was included on the board agenda item details. That being said, I already spoke to you last month about my sabbatical proposal, so I won't go into too many details, but I want to give you a few key points on how this proposal would impact Mount SAC. Our community college students face higher levels of depression, anxiety, and other mental illnesses than ever before, with nearly 40% of community college students experiencing at least moderate levels of depression. That's very concerning. Mental health issues are the #1 cited reason for dropping out of college or considering dropping out. Unfortunately, an average of 39% of adult Americans experiencing depression do not seek help, which is a staggering number of people. And when we look at community college students, that picture is even more bleak. 77% of Asian and 67% of Latina community college students, more than 2/3 of our marginalized students who are experiencing depression, are without help and face increased levels of stigma for seeking help. As Benjamin Francis Perez stated, growing up for me, if you went to therapy, it was because there was something wrong with you. You have the family, culture pressure, and then your own pressure as first generation. This is the kind of stigma that my sabbatical research aims to overcome so that we can get our students the mental health resources that they need, increase their chances for success and persistence. My sabbatical project would have direct impacts on the well-being of our students, and approving the sabbatical would cost the district less than what you had erroneously been told it would cost to fund just 6 of the 12 applications. I ask you to consider reopening your vote and to approve all 12 of these sabbatical proposals for your faculty, but also for the students who would benefit from them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tiffany Kuo, and after Tiffany is Catherine McKee.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tiffany Kuo. I'm a professor of music, and I speak today also with regards to the troubling misconception from last month's meeting. And it's this misunderstanding that has led to characterization of faculty as financial liabilities rather than as core assets that we truly are. Sabbaticals are strategic investments that yield measurable returns. They foster innovation that keep our institutions relevant in today's rapidly evolving landscape. The research and renewed perspectives that faculty bring back directly enhances student achievement, improves retention rates, strengthens transfer outcomes, and elevates career placement success. I talked to you about the ROI last time. In our technology-driven society, failing to invest in faculty development is effectively failing our students. Those of us with direct daily student contact represents the living mission of this institution to view us as budget liabilities rather than as your most valuable academic asset, undermine the very purpose of our educational community. I respectfully urge you to reconsider the denied sabbatical request with an accurate understanding of both costs and benefits. True fiscal responsibility is investing in your greatest assets, your faculty, and by extension, the success of every student we serve.
Thank you. Next up, Catherine McKee, and after Catherine is Michael McGeehan.
Good evening. My name is Catherine McKee. I'm full-time faculty member for 30 years here at Mount SAC. I teach in the Department of Business Administration, and I'm compelled to speak before you tonight about the college's possible purchase of AR-15s based on my own questions and based on the passion our students expressed at last week's safety forum. I was unable to attend, but watched it on YouTube and saw that Trustee Santos was there. I was unable to see if other trustees attended, but if you didn't attend, I encourage you to watch the recording on YouTube. I can't presume to speak for students, but I was moved by how many students had personal traumatic experiences with firearms, including actual student injury and death of family members, and negative experiences with policing. What the college wants is AR-15s for each sworn officer, cost for each platform $1,200. According to the December 9th Police and Campus Safety Administration Committee minutes, there will be a very strict policy on the use of rifles. What is this policy? What does very strict mean? Is this policy one that would come through shared governance and or be approved by the Board of Trustees? We have concerns about how and when the proposal was made. As far as I can tell, the additional weapons were first discussed December 9th, 24 at the Police and Campus Safety Advisory Committee when faculty and students were in finals week and before the winter break when both groups would be away from campus for several weeks. The request was further discussed at the February 10th meeting when the committee approved the purchase of tasers. This was before the start of spring semester when many faculty are away from campus. The committee minutes from February 10th refer to policy numbers which could not be found in the college's 501-page Police and Campus Safety Department's policy manual. My concerns are, what weapons does the campus already have? Do we already have rifles? Do we have shotguns? Do we have semi-automatic handguns already? Who will have access to the weapons? Officers only? Anyone else? Does the $1,200 cost include additional training, insurance, additional storage requirements? Will the weapons be kept in the car trunk or visible in the car? The rounds are 223 rounds. How much does the ammunition cost? Who's going to maintain the weapons? Will we hire an armorer? How are they going to be inspected and by whom? How much will that cost? Who maintains the inspection records? How often will the officers be trained and what's the cost for the additional training? What if there are injuries on campus or do we have the money to pay for insurance to cover such injuries? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Michael McGeehan, and after Michael is Emily Easton.
Good evening. My name is Michael McGeehan. I've been a full-time professor of English composition and literature here at Mount San Antonio College for 25 years. Are campus public safety officers sufficiently trained in special weapons and tactics enough to engage an active shooter on campus? For an active shooter on campus situation on a college campus is an extraordinarily dangerous threat to public safety, which requires deployment by law enforcement of extraordinary special weapons and tactics. Because an active shooter situation can easily escalate into a barricaded suspect situation, which can easily escalate into a hostage situation, which can easily escalate into mass carnage and bloodshed situation. While the desire to preemptively preempt such escalation and minimize the loss of life by means of an immediate reactive response is understandable, the sobering reality is that precipitous activation of uncoordinated responses by individual public safety officers not specially trained in the deployment of special weapons and tactics is likely to result in greater collateral damage and loss of life in a crossfire. According to the LAPD's own website, in such extraordinary dangerous threats to public safety as an active shooter on a college campus, the LAPD response protocols prioritize securing public safety above all, by initiating, where possible, evacuation, or if evacuation is not feasible, to hold in place in a secure room, barricading the door and remaining quiet. Containment of the situation as best possible with standard issue arms in order to minimize the potential for civilian and law enforcement casualties, and calling for backup. In other words, summoning the SWAT team, the Special Weapons and Tactics Team, whose personnel have been specially trained and equipped to defuse such extraordinary dangerous threats to the public safety as an active shooter on a college campus. Such extraordinary dangerous threat to public safety does not demand the uncoordinated activation of special weapons in the hands of individual campus public safety officers, not thoroughly trained in special weapons and tactics. The precipitous and uncoordinated deployment of special weapons in the hands of individual campus public safety officers in the chaotic early stages of an active shooter event risk exponentially escalating and expanding the scope of the threat to public safety rather than diffusing it. Rather, such an extraordinary threat to public safety demands the coordinated deployment of, in the LAPD's own words, a structured tactical response plan on the part of a special weapons and tactics team specially trained, equipped, and experienced in diffusing such extraordinary dangerous threats to public safety as an active shooter on a college campus. A team including highly skilled sharpshooters. Just ask President Trump's would-be assassin Thomas Matthew Crooks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Emily Eastham, and after Emily is Jenny Gernhardt.
Good evening. I am here today because I have been told that student voices carry weight in the Board of Trustees meeting. Why I am here today is to talk to you about your failure to negotiate with the Faculty Association. I find the fact that the administration is willing to give themselves an 18% raise while refusing to give the faculty a raise that they have begged on their hands and knees for over a decade for is deplorable. And the fact that you dangled a 2.3% COLA over their heads only to say that they have to renegotiate it next year, I find this to be everything that I hear, every story, every staff that I have spoken to, even before I was enrolled, has a story of the short-sightedness, of the failure to look ahead, to negotiate with unions properly. I want to emphasize to the board that not negotiating with unions is a form of normalizing violence. I'm not even going to discuss the AR-15s. I want you to really feel the emphasis, and I don't know if I can break through the absolute virus of empathy that infests this hall, and it isn't just here, I promise you. This isn't singling you out. But it is something that I find myself always struggling to do because I am here and I want to speak to you about this. I want you to negotiate with the union because they deserve a fair raise. They deserve compensation. The faculty held this place together during lockdown. The era that you had a chance to have this place shut down completely and they broke their backs to do it, to keep you alive. And you couldn't even compensate them for that labor? You said, no, you volunteered for it. Well, of course they did. This is their passion. This is what they love. And I find that you not even giving them a raise, they have prostrated themselves over and over again. And yet here we are with me, some random welding major. I won't even talk about the fact that you haven't visited the welding department your entire stay, President. But the fact is, it is so frustrating to me to feel like I must represent my faculty because my voice is supposed to have weight. I wish I knew whether or not there were people in this room that could feel shame.
Thank you. Next up is Jenny Gernhardt. After Jenny is Brittany Tang.
Hi, my name is Jenny Gernhardt. I'm a microbiology professor, and as many of you know, I'm the RSI coordinator here at Mount SAC. What you may not know is that I left an institution that I was tenured at for many years specifically to come here because I was inspired by the mission, vision, and values that Mount SAC espoused. Unfortunately, I'm here tonight to talk about an erosion of those values. I'm outraged by the push from our campus police department to arm our campus police with AR-15 rifles and tasers. This is not just out of step with Mount San Antonio College's mission, vision, and values. It is a dangerous escalation of force in a time when the rights of many people in our country are being stripped away. AR-15s have no place on a college campus. These are weapons of war, not tools of education. Their presence sends a message to our students, especially those from marginalized backgrounds, that they are not safe here. Armed police in schools do not create safety. They create fear, particularly for Black, Latino, Indigenous, and other students of color who are already disproportionately targeted and criminalized. It is also important to remember the historical origins of police in the United States. They trace back to slave patrols created to capture and punish Black bodies. This practice of surveillance, violence, and racial control has never fully disappeared. Arming our campus police with military-grade weapons would only deepen that legacy of harm. What is even more alarming is that our college recently removed the use of force policy from shared governance. That means that our campus police can now set their own standard for how and when to use weapons without input from students, faculty, or staff. In what world is it democratic or even safe to allow those with a history of oppression to have weapons and unchecked power? To make matters worse, new restrictions on campus hours now prevent students and faculty, or anyone really, from being able to gather overnight. And by the way, the vote for that policy was passed less than 1 week before the campus safety forum that was just held. And this is after multiple faculty members spoke out at that advisory committee meeting asking Dr. Sia to wait on the vote. So we passed that through without getting input from faculty, staff, and students, which I find just egregious and disrespectful. Lost my train of thought adding that in, sorry. This is not just a policy change. It seems like it's an intentional blow to peaceful protest and collective action. We are being disarmed while campus police are being militarized. This is not safety. That is authoritarianism. Our mission claims to support students in a diverse, inclusive, anti-racist environment. Our vision promises a student-centered, welcoming campus. Our values speak of equity, empathy, integrity, and community. But this policy, along with silencing of shared governance and the erosion of public space, violates every one of those principles. We do not need more weapons. We need more care, more dialogue, more mental health resources, and for the love of God, health care for adjuncts and a fair pay.
Your time is up.
I call on our leadership to stop this reckless decision before it's too late, recommit to our values, restore shared governance, and respect our right to dissent.
Damien. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Garcia. Thank you so much for the time and the opportunity to speak. I am a student at Mount SAC, and I just came back from a conference, a PAHI conference representing Asian Americans in the higher ed space. And I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to experience that with AS. I want to talk about two things. I think that the need for us to understand the policy in weaponizing our police force is very important, and to perhaps give us, the community, a chance to speak and dialogue and to discuss, have the opportunity to discuss this policy one more time and to really, critically debate about it would help heal our community and give us an opportunity to understand one another. Also, your agenda item 10.03 talks about the company I don't have the company name off the hand, but a tech company coming in onto Mount Sacs and gathering the data that we have in our digital space and analyzing our system and pushing up with a push and emphasis on AI. And I just want to remind Mount Sac that there is a need to review the contract that we have with these companies with an iron claw. The reason why I believe our community should analyze and have a strong grip on these contracts is because we need to protect our community's data. We cannot let other companies do it for us. We have to understand how to secure our information, how to protect ourselves, and how to prevent other people from taking advantage of us, exploiting us. I just want to also talk to you about a list that Forbes has listed on their website, talking about the various issues, the 15 biggest risks of artificial intelligence. And that includes lack of transparency, bias and discrimination, privacy concerns, ethical dilemmas, security risks, concentration of power, dependence on AI, job displacement, economic inequality, and legal and regulatory challenges, AI arms race, and loss of human connection and misinformation and manipulation, unintended consequences, and existential risks. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next up is Wayne Damien, and after Wayne is Nice J.
Hello. I must preface this as an honor alumni of this wonderful institution that we're all
Can we have you please speak into the mic so we can get this? Yeah, everyone can hear you.
Can I move the chair?
Please.
Thank you. It's cool. This is fine. Is this good? All right, word. So I'll restart. I must preface this as an honor alumni, one of the former leaders of the Black Student Union here on campus, as well as the 2024 griot for the Black graduating class. And most importantly, a student in danger. We've heard a lot of conversation about semantics. However, I'd like to leverage one of my favorite scholars as we are in an academic setting. Bell Hooks says that language matters. That's why we're demanding clarity in our terms. And on the topic of clarity, I would also like to ask and pose forth a question. If Dr. Garcia, as the president of this school, would you say that it is in your duty to protect your students' lives and comfort over your own? I'm not expecting an answer. However, I will give you the benefit of the doubt and say yes, as that is part of the mission of Mount Sac. How then could you tell me as a black person on this campus that I have a 2% chance of being murdered by the police on my campus in which I came to learn, to socialize, and came to secure a better future, not just for myself, but for all of us human beings here? And moreover, how dare this school put music over this moment when you upload it online to YouTube in the public president's form? That's a shame. The moment when a black student asks you to assure their safety, the moment when a black student asked you specifically if we could do this democratically, Dr. Garcia, you chose to say that 2 out of 100 students might get murdered by the police here on campus. Furthermore, how in good faith could Chief Floorman ask black students to choose between us, as in campus security, or them, as in the sheriffs, who they cannot control, furthering our point of mistrust in the police? Additionally, as a student, if we were to do as the police say and completely remove identity, we look at other schools such as Uvalde, where the police there was no identity involved and the police stood there complacent, letting someone ravage through an elementary school while innocent children are being murdered. We are aware that guns don't solve these problems. All of us are. Everyone sitting at this board is. We don't want more guns. We would like prevention. So no, I will not agree with the April 9th declare of conflating our social issues we have with this disgusting overstepping of our rights as students to feel safe, to be cared for by our administrators, such as yourself, Dr. Garcia. Why must we escalate our approach to criminal activity to the nth degree? Why must we sit here and listen to a fearmongerer in Chief Floorman tell us that we as students need these weapons which are designed to murder and eviscerate human beings, Dr. Garcia? If you still won't listen, I will be in peace and civility attending the public forum on the 6th of May, as I encourage all my peers to do. Please, will a member of the board put forth a motion, as I am aware we have 20 minutes, to hear out the rest of us concerned students who pay this college's bills, pay the administrators' bills, and most importantly, make Mount SAC the safe academic bastion I, as an alumni, have come to know and love, but also expect you, Dr. Garcia, to uphold and continue.
Thank you very much. Next up is Nico J. After Nico is Liv L.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello, my name is Nico. I'm a student here at Mountain SAC, and I'm here to talk about the purchasing of AR-15s. And I'm also a gun violence survivor. Let me tell you what the AR-15 does to people. The AR-15 fires bullets at such a high velocity, often in a barrage of 30 or even 100 in rapid succession, that can eviscerate multiple people in seconds. A single bullet lands with a shock wave intense enough to blow apart a skull and demolish a vital organ. It pulverizes bones, shatters the liver, crumbles body tissue, complete destruction of the lower jaw. Your body is literally torn apart. I would know, since I've seen it. I know what these guns can do. I remember the police, the people who were there to protect us on that day, were pointing the same exact guns that the shooter had. We were no longer worried about being shot by the shooter, but by the police. It took me years to come and to come to school and to trust people again, to trust bags, to no longer plan out what happens if a shooting happens. It took me years, and I decided to come to Mount SAC for my education because Mount SAC had the values that I have. And it's honestly really disappointing on the fact that now Mount SAC is no longer holding up those values. Last meeting, I did not feel heard. I told my story, and I got, we'll see what we can do. We'll see. I sympathize with you, Nico, but the thing is, I'm going to say this, I don't want sympathy, I want action. Your sympathy I was grateful for it, but I want to see it in action. And to the campus police who asked what we wanted to happen and to do, I want you to educate people on preventative action. As a gun violence survivor, I don't want more guns on campus. I want education of the prevention of it. I am more likely to get shot a second time. I am absolutely furious, and I will promise I'll never come back to Mount SAC because it would be against my safety. For you guys who are feeling sympathy for this, action, now.
Thank you. Next is Liv L, and after Liv is Max Duffy.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposal for the purchasing and use of military equipment on the Mount SAC campus. I have been a Mount SAC student for 3 years and am both a student worker and club officer. On behalf of the Eagle Club, with over 300 members, I would like to state my concern and outright objection to the proposal to purchase and use semi-automatic rifles like AR-15s on my campus. Police officers on campus already carry handguns. If handguns are not enough for our campus police, then there needs to be a serious assessment of the methods of training and dealing with threats without escalation to violence. Having AR-15s will not make police officers any better equipped to handle an active shooter or armed assailant. Myself and many other students were unfortunately raised in an era of extreme gun violence and have had to accept the very real threat of school shootings on our campuses. We went through countless active shooter drills, violent threats, and lockdowns growing up. As a person who knows and understands the very real threat of violence in school, I can with full confidence say that I am more afraid of my campus police carrying AR-15s than I am of potential gun violence on campus. Semi-automatic rifles are made to shoot rapidly at multiple targets. Using these firearms to deal with any threat caused by a single person will inherently increase the risk of bystanders getting killed, and no student deserves to become a statistic. This school is meant to foster a safe environment for students to learn, a safe environment. In September of 2023, several incidents occurred, none of which could have been solved by assault rifles, after which students demanded implementation of security cameras in that area of campus. We were met with excuse after excuse, that we didn't have the budget and it wouldn't help. But we now have the money to purchase assault weapons under the guise of keeping us safe. You cannot advocate for the fighting of guns with more guns while continuing to claim that the well-being of students and faculty are in your best interests. The only people who will benefit from this decision are the campus police. We must put money into education, student resources, and measures that will actually keep students safe. Please vote to protect the students and faculty that you claim to represent. Thank you for your time, and please allow my fellow students to continue to express their concern and dissent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Max Duffy, and after Max is Melanie Banks.
Good evening. My name is Max. I'm a Mount SAC student, and I lost my brother to gun violence 3 years ago. The administration gave a long PowerPoint last week arguing that more police with more arms will keep us safe. If the chief of police gets her way, communities who have been subject to profiling and harassment by the police will not feel safe. Students of color, unhoused students who sleep on this campus, LGBT, mentally disabled, and other minorities will be at a greater risk of violence from these officers. How can this feel like an inclusive campus for all students if we give these police the means to kill us? I've heard from fellow students in past board meetings a couple of incidents where campus safety have been ineffective and downright threatening. After a perpetrator committed sexual violence against a student on this campus, the victim phoned campus police for help. She waited hours for anyone to respond, despite that there is someone on call at all times. What many survivors of sexual violence will tell you is that police often have some of the worst and most callous responses to these kinds of crimes. 40% of police households experience domestic abuse. These are not the people I trust to handle gender-based violence. More campus police will not make this a safer space for women. If students need safety escorts to class, there are other workers we could hire to do this. The police are also the worst people to handle those going through mental health crises. Our student court justice, Malik, witnessed campus police responding to a man having a clear mental health crisis by escalating the situation to physical violence. Instead of sending mental health professionals, our campus responded by sending armed police to physically restrain him. And I've heard Malik tell her own story. She went to the president's office after her right to disability accommodations was denied by a professor. They brought armed police to usher her out. 4 armed police against a young 4'11" black woman advocating for her right to equitable education. And this is what it's about. Not protection, but a show of force against students fighting for our rights, against the interests of the school. 1 year ago, many students marched down to the Founders Hall to protest our school's investment in genocide, intending to utilize our freedom of speech at a public board meeting to express opposition. Campus safety attempted to stop students from entering. I don't believe it's a good timing that now, after other universities have increased their police and surveillance budget to crack down on student protests, Mount SAC has decided to follow suit. According to the New York Times, as of May of 2024, there were over 3,100 arrests and detaining of protesters on campuses all across America. Police used mace and rubber bullets on peaceful protesters. Consider 50 years ago. During the anti-war protests of the 70s, Ohio National Guards aimed their rifles at a crowd of students in the Kent State protests. They killed 4 students and injured 9. The same year at Jackson State, police shot and killed 2 students at a protest. When police decide to use these weapons as a show of power against us, history shows that they are more than capable of pulling the trigger. When asked if police would use these guns against students, our president said she was 98% sure they wouldn't. Police don't protect us. They protect the property and interests of the people who hire them. For these reasons, I'm saying no to AR-15s on campus, no to a higher budget for the police, and no to hiring more campus police. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Melanie Banks, and after Melanie Banks is Renee Du.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to sit here before you as a community member, a mother of a current student at your school, and a student myself with also 2 young children who also will likely attend this institution. I myself am a sociology major in school now with an emphasis in international law and policy and a double major in philosophy. I stand before you to urge against the use of these ARs in this beautiful campus. We do not need militarization or excessive force on our campuses. We need de-escalation trainings and tactics and processes. We need books, expanded mental health services, affordable housing to all students, expanded help with food insecurities, and the list can go on and on and on of students, what they actually need. Multiple studies show that guns do not lead to safety. It's quite the opposite. Stop protecting our rights with guns. It doesn't work. We've seen it time and time again on multiple campuses, on multiple places. I too have been a victim in an on-campus shooting situation. It's traumatizing, and armed officers aren't going to prevent that. Please listen to your students and your community who are your constituents. I urge you to extend time on this subject so that all these students can be heard and elevate that student voice, because without them, your college and your jobs would not be in existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Renee Du, and after Renee is Ferdinand Zong.
Good evening. I am a first-year student, part of the Promise Plus program, and recently admitted to the Honors program. I am here to oppose the purchasing of AR-15s at Mount SAC, and I have the statistics to prove my claim. According to SandyHookPromise.org, the Secret Service and Department of Education found 93% of school shooters planned in advance. After the tragedy at Uvalde, Congress passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which specifically allows law enforcement and families to keep firearms out of someone in a crisis. It is also coupled with funding mental health programs and community-based violence interventions. On June 23, 2022, the New York Times rebutted the claim that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. That claim is false. According to Adam Langford, professor at the University of Alabama, who has studied mass shootings for more than a decade, stated that police officers shoot and subdue the shooter in less than a third of attacks. According to everytownforgunsafety.org on July 1st, 2024, that in the name of safety, purchasing costly technology creates a fortress-like environment which chips away at the nurturing, trusting climate needed for productive learning, a student's ability to ask for help, and the safety of reporting destructive thoughts and behaviors. My question to you all is, won't purchasing AR-15 strain rather than strengthen the relationship between students and campus police, especially by students who already have a strained relationship with police in the first place? Given these statistics, I highly urge you all to reconsider this decision, not only for the safety of current students such as myself, but for the safety of future Mount SAC students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ferdinand Zong. After Ferdinand, it's Avra.
Are you ready? All right. Hello, General Counsel. I'm a political science major attending Mount SAC. Today, I'll be addressing the public safety concerns regarding the purchasing of AR-15s on campus. I've been to places with high security, such as Tiananmen Square, where armed guards and checkpoints were a commonplace occurrence. The purpose of such enforcement is not for safety, but for intimidation, especially during a protest. Currently, there have been numerous protests across the country against the actions of the current administration. If such an act were to be performed on campus, take for example an anti-ICE protest, an armed police force would increase the likelihood of deadly retaliatory force used against students, such as that of Kent State Massacre, where 4 students were gunned down by the National Guard. That was with single-shot rifles. For a student like me, the potential harm of an AR-15 represents a terrifying prospect. Additionally, increased militarization of our campus will lead to the profiling, surveillance, and ultimately the harassment of students. The presence of these guns will unequally affect students who are people of color or who suffer psychological effects from gun violence. This also needs to be said. We students do have actual issues we are facing. Why dedicate so much on guns that only serves to intimidate students so we can invest more into addressing the current financial insecurity of students? Students who are experiencing a housing crisis, they're worried about their next meal. How about we instead provide the means of lessening the impact of financial insecurity? Take, for example, Cal State Long Beach, which provides residential parking for students. While not a long-term solution, it will be monumental in addressing the housing crisis students face. Not only will you help your students, you can attract other potential students to your campus. It's simply a win-win situation. Also, improve the current mental health resources on campus. Various students who came to the presidential forum last week have complained about the sluggish process of simply getting a therapist. How about we expand these resources to make them more accessible to students? Dealing with the stresses of school and life are already stressful enough. Why should we force unnecessarily onto struggling students? Lastly, do not feed into your fears about gun violence on campus. It is fact that crime is intrinsically related to poverty, one of the most affluent areas in Southern California. Also, this campus does not have a history of gun violence. By purchasing AR-15s, we're simply addressing the wants of the police, not of the students, feeding into the fears that the police give you. Instead, help students, as they are truly the ones who are most deserving of your resources that we pay into, who are the most deserving of dignity and respect. They do not deserve the fear of being profiled, of being under constant surveillance, of being shot when expressing their freedom of speech. We deserve better than these guns. So please, address the needs of the students. Police already have enough. We have given them enough. We never have enough. Thank you for your time. I hope you made the right decision here.
Thank you. All right, next up is Avra, and after Avra is Tina Perez.
Hello, Board of Trustees. How was that trip to Hawaii? As a student and taxpayer, I just want to say you're welcome. Good evening, my name is Avraham. I'm here to advocate in the strongest possible terms against more police on campus and more importantly against the purchase of AR-15s to be used at Mount SAC. If we give police assault rifles, they will deal with problems on campus with assault rifles. Once we allow the police to take our resources, we will see a decrease in the funding for actual things we need on campus, like actual education, and we will never get it back. You may not realize this, but the job of the police is not actually to protect us. Their job is to protect property and make arrests however they see fit, using whatever means at their disposal, in this case AR-15s. It is also not the law for police to be honest actors. They lie all the time. I cannot stress this enough. And they are lying now to get their hands on these weapons, and I can prove it. Last week at the Student Club ICC meeting, a meeting that is supposed to be for students to discuss club matters amongst themselves, Police Chief Floorman, for reasons that are unclear, took the floor for the majority of the meeting to manipulate and scare students into supporting the AR-15 initiative. Chief Floorman made a bold-faced lie about the events due to Uvalde school shooting in Texas, claiming that the police could not protect students because they did not have appropriate weaponry, and used that lie to justify more weapons. The truth is, police at Uvalde were armed to the teeth. They had more than AR-15s. They had all kinds of military-grade armaments, but their job is not to help students in need. Their job is to protect property themselves and make arrests. The idea that police in the state of Texas are not sufficiently armed is laughable. Furthermore, when parents had enough of police incompetence and attempted to rescue their own children, the police turned the guns on the parents themselves and threatened to arrest and assault the parents. The ARs didn't improve the situation, it made it worse. Chief Floorman has assured us that policy here states that the ARs will not be used at campus protests. Well, you know what? Columbia University, UCLA, and Pomona College also had such policy, and yet it didn't stop them from pointing the ARs at students who stood bravely for Palestinian liberation. There's no reason to think that such policy will stop the police here. Recently in Maryville, California, in a drug bust, police claimed that drug dealers were Mexican cartel to justify a larger militarized budget and scapegoat the immigrant community. But actual investigation proved that the drug dealers were homegrown, not cartel, from white American backgrounds. We should take note at how often and how easily the police lie, and we should be asking ourselves why. The ARs are not to protect us, they are to be used against us. Students from across the country are being snatched up and held without trial right now, unlawfully, by ICE and by the federal government. The rifles are to assist with that effort here. Our school president, Dr. Martha Garcia, has claimed that the school will not assist with the kidnapping of immigrant students. But how can we trust her? She initially was going to pass this AR-15 measure without anyone's knowledge or consent, but it seems the information was leaked out of her office, and so only then did she decide that students and staff of the school should have an input. Based on the way the school overrode and obstructed the students' decision to replace the school mascot and moniker, and then later claimed that the end result was the students' decision when it absolutely wasn't, there's really no reason to trust the president either. Across the country, police budgets are at the highest they've ever been. Spikes in crime showcase how ineffective money spent on the police is, and that money could be invested in community instead. The police have an agenda here to pass the AR-15 initiative by any means necessary with tactics that include fear-mongering, posing as false allies, and presenting bogus data. We have real problems here at Mount SAC, like student poverty, housing shortages, lack of mental health resources, lack of social workers, lack of counselors, and limited transportation resources. Those are the real problems that lead to lapses on safety on campus, and those are going unaddressed. We want to improve safety here. Let's address those very real, very solvable problems. That's how we'll deal with the challenges we face here.
So far, the students have been very, very cooperative. I am now required to announce that if public comment is disorderly and is not appropriately monitoring the time as the board chair is requesting, we will be turning off your microphone. Please, we're simply asking, we still have a good hour and a half of public comment left. Please be respectful to your fellow students, your faculty, and staff. Thank you. Next up is Tina Perez, and after Tina is Cici. Second call for Tina Perez regarding student safety. All right, we'll put her at the end and maybe she'll come back. Then after Tina is Cici. And then Cici, after Cici is going to be Julissa Contreras.
Good evening. My name is Cici. I am the Court Club president at Mount SAC, and I'm here to speak against the approval of the AR-15s to militarize the hired police on our campus. I must say, first off, that the whole gross negligence of the financial issues at this college are where I, myself as a student, would like the conversations about addressing issues on our campus to be focused on. It is unfair for the administration to be entertaining fear-driven agendas when it is shamefully and egregiously failing to pay its staff living wages and profiting from student labor that is not properly recognized or accommodated. I mean housing, as well as good-paying jobs to get through college. The school depends on the enrollment of our student body to make its business investments dependable. So when we get to talking about what we want as students, it is imperative for the Board of Trustees who get to sit behind closed doors, signing contracts with corrupt business leaders to listen. Which is why I am full-heartedly trying to acknowledge the damage this school does to its reputation as it decides whether or not student voices matter on this proposal. Consider that every time you boast about serving the minorities endangered by national policy, that you will not be acting differently if you overrule to provide funds for AR-15s. Increase in armed police will lead to more lawsuits to the school from students and staff who experience assault or trauma from the police on campus, which will divert more resources away from education purposes. This is the potential mistake that will soil the legacy of this campus and community. The college will be wasting money, taxpayer and pupil money, attempting to subjugate a falsely incriminated body of minorities from the very colors, creeds, and walks of life it claims to champion and nurture. If the administration at this campus seek to improve things and continue their alleged progressive reputation, then you must seek appropriate answers to the plights the community experiences. This means identifying the contributing factors to any existing reports of crime. As I continue reinforcing that student poverty is the real perpetrator at large. Lapse in student housing programs, mental health and social workers, nutritious food, and limited transportation options have made the experience of being a Mount SAC student significantly unstable. How's that affecting your enrollment? As a final note, on my personal advice on the decision-making process and agenda for these meetings, I strongly suggest that this board never do what it did with the Mount SAC mascot. Never overrule your students again. You decided that the legacy and shallow history of an indigenous slur to be more valuable than the informed opinion of your students, who pay for the existence of this institution. If I sounded frustrated tonight, it is because I am hyper aware of the impending harm onto myself and my fellow peers with the potential of the AR-15 approval. You must heed my words and let the words of those in solidarity with me to linger in your mind, and vote no when the time comes.
Thank you very much. Next up is Julissa Contreras, and after Julissa is Gail Watkins. Julissa, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Julissa Contreras Castañon. I am an adjunct faculty in the Ethnic Studies Department. As a faculty member, I appreciate the information school policies and procedures is made public. As a student, I recognize that public information does not mean accessible, and first and foremost, I am a student of color first. The following information is made public on Mount SAC's website from Mount SAC Policy of Campus Safety Committee Minutes from February 2025. There's the first mention of Policy 706. It is a sample draft policy that makes reference to arming campus police with AR-15s. From the Mount SAC Annual Security Report, which is from 2021 to 2023, there are 0 incidents reported of, quote, weapons, including carrying, possessing, and etc., end quote. From Mount SAC Crime Logs, which details incidents from 2024 to 2025, there's also 0 incidents of weapons, especially guns, being used on campus, all which is searchable public information. What we also know to be true is that from the Violence Prevention Project from Hamline University, quote, there has been 9 mass shootings in or around college university settings since 1966. With all that information, the discrepancy of the admin's concerns on student safety with campus policy security reports, I ask in all sincerity, what evidence is informing the decision to increase campus police presence to fund and purchase equipment of AR-15s, tasers, in addition to the already issued handguns? 2 things can be true simultaneously. Mount SAC does pride itself in being a Hispanic serving institution, and also, especially as an ethnic studies professor, it'd be remiss to ignore the fact that historically police intervention on campuses not only is harmful to all students, but especially targets students of color. And so I want that information just to bring to attention that, you know, I do genuinely believe in the sincerity that the school has the students' best interest in heart. At the same time, we need to prioritize what the students are asking of over policies or inaccurate or incomplete statistics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Gail Watkins, and after Gail, it's Sally Willow.
I'll take my mask off for you. Good afternoon, everyone. In the last 9 years, administrators have received 198% income increase, while faculty has only received 38%. What's wrong with that picture? I've been at Mount SAC since 1986, not as a student, but as an employee. I was fortunate enough to have great mentors during my time. My first mentor was my mother. My second mentor was Dr. Ernie Gregoire, who was the first black dean here at Mount SAC. My third mentor was Evans Roderick, who still appears on campus. My fourth mentor was Dr. Wynetta Lee. What they taught me was that when we come to these institutions, that we are here just as individuals, that the purpose of us being here is not to stay individuals, but to become a team. After we learn how to be a team, that we have to learn how to be a family. With the pay between full-time faculty and part-time faculty, the disparity is great. I am asking, I am requesting, I am begging you to consider pay parity between faculty and part-time faculty. We do the same job. We come to work every day. We teach our students. We go beyond the way. We do things that aren't in our job description. For instance, last week I had 3 students who came to me who said they were sexually assaulted. They don't tell that to everybody that they are. And why is that? Because there are trust issues. We go beyond the duties of just teaching and enlightening the mind of our students. So why is it that when faculty does this, when they open up Bright Minds, when they go the extra yard, when they go the extra mile, they get compensated for it? Why is it that we don't? Administrators, to us.
Your time is up. Thank you very much for your time. Next up is Sally Willow. And after Sally, it's Vincent Martinez. Is Sally here? Oh, hi, Sally. You have 3 minutes.
It's very clear purchasing 6 guns for the sworn officers is also to put at risk of not only injuring and death, but lasting emotional and psychological effects like PTSD, anxiety, and depression. The sworn officer from the President's Forum, sitting back there, she swiftly snuck in during a response that she's been advocating for the allocation of funds for more sworn officers on campus. Along with my opposition to the militarization of guns on campus, I am also stating now that I am in opposition to more sworn officers. She also mentioned that we don't have to be like every other campus, like with the police force. How would ours be any different if we do what everyone else is doing? You have the opportunity to keep Mount SAC. Oh, I messed up there. But you have the opportunity to recreate what public safety looks like at Mount SAC. We don't have to be like every other campus with AR-15s. It's absolutely absurd. I urge you to completely drop the effort to militarize and increase police presence on campus. Please focus on more pressing issues like housing. A number of our students are unhoused outside of school. As a community organizer who has worked to support the unhoused community, one of the biggest issues faced by them was harassment from the police. Unless you live under a rock in the middle of absolutely nowhere, then you know that cops don't protect people or civilians, but rather they protect property. I have this little fact here. A 2024 analysis of LAPD data since 2017 found that nearly a third of people shot by police were struggling with some kind of mental health illness. Instead of using student funds for a bloated police budget, fix the planetarium. We have meditation services there, and we haven't been able to have them because the planetarium is, I don't know what's going on with it right now, but you guys obviously don't have the right priorities. No more police, no more guns, don't go wasting student funds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, it's Vincent Martinez, and after Vincent, it's Nico Ventura. Hi, Vincent, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Martinez. I am a Mount SAC student and a future U.S. Marine. I'm not just here to speak. I'm here because I've lived close to this issue of financial insecurity and almost homelessness. And I've seen what it does to real people. I've personally known students on this campus who sleep in their cars, who go to class exhausted, who work night shifts, and still show up trying to succeed. Imagine trying to focus on finals after spending the night parked behind a gym, hoping you don't get towed. Imagine chasing a degree with no place to rest. These aren't isolated stories. This is happening here, right now, to students trying to build a better life. According to a recent community college data, a little less than half the students report some form of housing insecurity. That is not a margin. That is almost half. 14% of students have experienced homelessness. That is around 99,800. I'm using the benefits I'm going to earn through the military, like the VA home loan, to work on rural housing solutions near campus. I'm also forming a student-led initiative to address unmet needs, specifically for off-campus housing, food access, transportation, and financial education. I'm not asking for funding today. I'm asking for support, guidance, and for collaboration. I believe Mount SAC can be a national leader in how we care for students outside of the classroom. Let's stop letting students suffer in silence. Let's help them thrive, not just survive. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to be part of something greater than myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Nico Ventura, and after Nico is Danny Estrada. Is Nico here? Yes. Hey. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Nico Ventura, and I am a graduating student at Mount SAC. I'm here today with one of the last friends I have, Vincent, and he hasn't been forced to leave this college because of housing insecurity. Over the years, I built a support system here, a circle of peers who studied me, worked with me, pushed me, and kept me grounded. And now I've lost almost all of them, not because they failed, but because the system failed them. Because Mount SAC didn't protect them. I am part of this community. I am deeply distraught because the housing crisis isn't affecting students. It's breaking the very support systems that help us survive in college in the first place. Let me tell you about Mina, a full-time Mount SAC student who lived in her car for 9 months. She found hidden spaces on campus where she wouldn't be found by police. She showered in the gym. She sought safety in the Equity and Pride Centers. Every weekend, she drove 2.5 hours to Temecula just to sleep indoors, and through it all, she stayed enrolled. But all she received in return were vouchers and a bus pass, things that looked helpful on paper but failed her in practice. She's not an exception. She's the pattern. Mount SAC's own 2021 Basic Needs Report shows 47% of students faced housing insecurity, 35% couldn't reliably access food, 13% experienced homelessness, but only 12% received emergency aid. And now we're expected to believe that 20 beds is a solution. 20 beds for thousands of displaced students is not a solution. It's a Band-Aid that's already peeling off. You cannot give a student a plastic voucher and call it hope. You cannot hand them a bus pass and expect them to sleep better at night. You cannot heal trauma or restore dignity with token gestures. We are giving students plastic when what they really need is a bed. Data doesn't capture hunger. It doesn't reflect the shame of being unhoused. It doesn't track the moments a student disappears quietly because no one listened. Meanwhile, the board has chosen to fund AR-15 level active shooter protections. Let me be clear, safety matters, but this isn't safety, it's fear. We're investing in a worst-case scenarios while ignoring the real emergencies happening every day. This isn't about budgets, it's about values. So I ask you, reevaluate your priorities, redirect your funding to build a long-term housing infrastructure, and make emergency aid visible, accessible, and immediate. Because no weapon will protect a student who has already been lost due to homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Danny Estrada, and after Danny, it's Joshua O. Danny, you have 3 minutes.
How you doing? Thanks for hearing from me today. My name is Danny Estrada. I'm a geography major here, and I've been living in my community of Rowland Heights for my whole life. I've come to this meeting today so that I may express concern over proposals regarding the potential militarization of the campus police forces. I wish to make it known to you my full opposition to the ideas recently posited, which include spending school funds to outfit campus security with assault rifles, which I do not believe have any place on a community college campus or any school. First, this move would be largely redundant, as we are already well within the jurisdiction of an LA Sheriff's Station. Large amounts of funds which could be used to bolster on-campus services for students and better pay for its faculty and student workers would instead go to creating a second unnecessary police force when the substation is 5 minutes away. Secondly, the move would be entirely misguided. The excuse for the purchase of assault rifles is to help people feel safer. While I can appreciate that, I urge you to consider that an excessive militarized police presence is the exact opposite of what really prevents crime and isn't what makes a lot of young people like myself feel safe. Consider how we're going to feel if this goes through and we start seeing our school look like a forward operating base. With news of campuses across America locking down in the face of students exercising their constitutional rights to assembly, combined with increasing constitutional crisis in our country, specifically a government which does not seem to care about keeping its poorest and its most historically oppressed safe, and which openly and proudly ignores the rulings of the Supreme Court, and which is now happily deporting legal residents of the country, we cannot accept any more intrusion by the police into our lives, especially not here. We cannot have this at a time, especially when the country is detaining college students for simply speaking their mind and organizing people in the name of what they believe is right and just. I strongly urge you all on the board to back your students up and prevent any militarization of the campus and an acquisition of assault rifles by the PCS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Joshua O., and then after Joshua is Rebecca G. Hey, Joshua. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. In the midst of the attacks on our First Amendment rights of free speech in this country, the rise of hurtful policies, the cutting of funding to environmental and educational institutions, most recently our libraries. Given the financial hardships our professors and staff are facing here at Mount SAC, it is unthinkable to waste school funds to solve a problem that does not exist, especially when the city of Walnut is known to be one of the quietest cities in the area. There have been no incidences that can warrant such a drastic escalation in violence. You cannot bring assault rifles onto campus in the name of safety when it is plain and simple fact that you cannot stop a bullet with a bullet. If ever an incident called for such an escalation, it is logical that you do not put a fire out with fire, you put it out with water. As a member of a certified response and further back into EMS training, it is a known fact that police do not prevent crime, they respond to it, hence the name first responders. This escalation against the staff and the students will only invite violence to our campus, especially as our underpaid professors struggle to make a living. It begs to question how these policies will in turn be used against them and the students the next time we choose to voice our concerns with something the board does not agree with. If you do not care about what we have to say, then say that. If you do not care about our safety, then say that. If you do not care to blatantly lie to us about it, then at least understand that there will be repercussions and not a single one of us will take this attack sitting down. By escalating tensions to such a degree, you threaten to put everybody in this community at a risk of danger. And it's a sad irony that you'll be there with us if it ever reaches that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Rebecca G. And after Rebecca, it's Mel N. You have 3 minutes.
Aloha and good evening, board members and President Garcia. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on campus safety and the proposal for the purchasing and use of military equipment on the Mount SAC campus. I am speaking to you today as a student worker, and a member of the Environmental Action Group for a Livable Earth here on campus. Also, as an Indigenous person here at Mount SAC. On behalf of all of my fellow students and the faculty here today, I would like to state my concern and objection to the purchase and use of military equipment, like AR-15s, on my campus. The good guy with a gun fallacy has been spread for as long as the topic of school shootings has been around, and it is just that, a fallacy. It is a fact that states with higher rates of gun ownership have higher rates of gun death. It is a fact that gun violence and police brutality affect Black and brown people, a large percentage of this campus, at a disproportionate rate. And it is also a fact that people successfully defend themselves with guns in less than 1% of these cases. I cannot emphasize enough how horrible it would be to have these weapons on campus. Fighting guns with more guns creates more opportunities for injury and death, not fewer. The campus police already possess handguns. I see no valid way to defend the need for a semi-automatic rifle on the Mount SAC campus, a weapon that was made to be used by a military officer in a military setting. You are providing your officers with just 16 hours of training for these weapons. How is that an equivalent amount of training? Mount SAC has been my home for 5 years. I have spent almost every weekday here for the last 5 years. I have been present for every major crime in the last 5 years, and actually witnessed the stabbing in 2023. As a witness, I can safely say that an AR-15 would not have helped that situation. It would not have calmed the students, and as a witness, it would not have made any of us feel safer. I have made countless friends here, some that I feel honored enough to call my family. I want nothing more than to make sure that they are safe here, and if I could be assured that these weapons would guarantee their safety, I would be all for it. But you cannot assure me that they will be safer with these weapons on campus. You cannot assure me that these weapons will not be used against them, and you cannot assure me that these will stop or lessen any crimes on this campus. Statistics and facts are on my side. So I ask and plead with you, vote against this proposal, keep the Mount SAC campus safe, and please allow for more time for my fellow students to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Next up is Mel N. And then after Mel is Tanya Anders.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Melissa, and I'm an environmental studies student here at Mount SAC. I'm speaking out today out of concern of the proposed militarization of our campus. AR-15s do not prevent crime, nor do they make everyone feel safe on campus. Mount SAC is a school that claims equity and diversity as some of their core values. However, this is a gross misuse of resources that will target the very marginalized students that this school, this board, has a responsibility to serve. Data proves that queer students and students of color disproportionately experience negative interactions with police, such as harassment, mistreatment, profiling, and violence. Additionally, this increase in militarization while the federal government is conducting unlawful abduction of immigrant students raises concerns about Mount SAC's ability to protect their immigrant students, as well as their willingness to assist the federal government in these unlawful abductions. If Mount SAC were truly concerned with crime prevention, they would address underlying social factors contributing to criminal behavior by investing in modifying social, economic, and environmental conditions that influence crime rates. However, evidently, Mount SAC is not interested in investing in their students. They are seeking AR-15s to control and intimidate students and staff and to respond to student protests with extreme force. As students and professors, we have a responsibility to condemn Mount SAC's failure to uphold their mission, vision, and values, and demand accountability when this institution is more interested in serving their own private interests and upholding institutional violence than fulfilling their promise to serve its students. You ask us, if not AR-15s, what can Mount SAC do to protect students and staff? And we are screaming to you that Mount SAC needs counselors, social and mental health workers, and campus security, not heavily armed responders. So now I ask you to listen. For these reasons, I am saying no to AR-15s on campus, no to a higher budget for the police, and no to hiring more campus police.
Thank you very much. Tanya Anders. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. That's a lot of tough material that we have to listen to because of so many hard things happening in our country, and the emotions are high for a lot of reasons. And so I hope that my announcement here on behalf of the sustainability team on our campus here maybe allows us an opportunity as a campus to come together in a more positive way. So next week is Earth Week. We're celebrating Earth Week, and I invite you all to attend. We have a lot of wonderful things planned. For example, on April 22nd, we have an Earth Week fair from 11 to 5, mostly centered around the Student Center, over 20 booths. We hear the faculty talk about the efforts they're making and how much time we're volunteering. Yeah, we volunteer a lot to make these amazing things happen. We invite external groups, the students, some of them are probably here in the room right now, incredibly engaged, so I appreciate that. We have on the 23rd an Earth Week keynote event. The speakers will be Jamie Nicole Rocha and Gabriela Rocha Crow of the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation, and their keynote is about how Indigenous knowledge combined with environmental science can protect the land and cultural heritage in the wake of fire risks. So that'll be really interesting. And then we are finally starting our first sustainability tours of our campus that our student interns have developed and by support through faculty. And we're launching those on the 24th. And then on the 25th, we have a forest bathing walk. So those are just some examples. And I also, since our sustainability work is really starting to just blossom here on our campus. And I just hope that you keep yourself informed about those things. We had piloted student internships at first, and now we have not just interns, we have engagement with externships. We have over 35 students this semester just doing externships and being supported financially in those as well. So I'm really proud of the work that is happening on our campus. We are also finally bringing back the Student Sustainability Awards. So students, please submit proposals. You can win up to $500 for that. And we were just awarded again also being a Tree Campus USA this week for the 3rd year in a row. So again, there's a lot of wonderful things happening, and please join us next week.
Thank you very much. And last one is Tina Perez. Is Tina Perez here? She didn't show up the first time we called, so I think we have received all of our public comments for today. Thank you very much. At this time, we are now going to advance to our, you may now exit. Thank you so much. We encourage you to stay if you wish, but as far as the public comment period, that portion has concluded. So at this time, we're going to need to clear so we can see the audience, please. Thank you so much. You are more than welcome to stand further so that we can engage with our audience members here. Thank you so much. Next up is item 8.01, and at this point, as we're going into reports, because we're now at close to 9 p.m. and it's been some 3 hours into our meeting, for those of you who are providing reports, we are encouraging you once again to kindly highlight and for efficiency's purposes, if you could condense your reports to that, because I know many of you have already provided written comments to us. Item 8.01, Associated Students, Tash Bowie. Hi, Tash.
Hello, board, YouTubers. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to deliver this AS updates today in the absence of our AS president, Danny Silva, as she is attending a DC conference and writing our legislative supporting the Department of Education. And our vice president, Tyler Lee, was unable to be present today so that he would be in attendance for some family engagements. So I want to, I just have a very brief few announcements that I want to give. The first one would be I want to thank all that were in attending our Inspiring Women's Luncheon, where we were honored, we were able to honor some amazing individuals that embody our campus's values. So that went over pretty well. The second one would be members of our campus that were in attendance and engaged in the WOCAN, which is also known as Women of Color of Action Network Conference. There was inspiring workshops, and it was also great to see so many here on our campus that were involved, as well as campuses that were invited to attend. So that went over really well as well. There were just shy of 600 members that came to that event that we hosted, and once again, it was a very well attended conference. The third is our AS President Danny Silva will be hosting a student-led forum on May the 6th at 3 p.m. to focus on the shared governance, student rights, which will include the 9+1 rights, and how students can influence board policies and administration procedures. So this forum will allow students to understand their role in shaping instructional practices here on campus. The fourth one is tomorrow our AS will be hosting a pop-up with the president, Dr. Martha Garcia, and that will take place on Miracle Mile at 11 a.m. And this will be an opportunity for our students to be able to meet and engage with Dr. Garcia, just, briefly, but and get to know her as our campus leader. And as far as our activities, we have two activities that we're focusing on that will take place in May. The first one is May 1st, which is our cross-cultural event, and the second one is May 14th, which is our activity fair, and those, once again, will take place in May. And I want to leave you with a quote. It's not Danny's quote, but it is my quote. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Jane Goodall. Thank you for having me. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tosh.
Next up on item 8.02, Faculty Association, Emily Woodley. Thank you for providing a written report also. And I know that your faculty colleagues have also commented on what you've provided in public comment.
Thank you. Real quickly, for those that haven't been able to read through the proposal yet, we are asking for support of Proposition 55, an extension of Proposition 55. And the Faculty Association has committed to working on behalf of that effort. Mount SAC could lose $29 million if that proposition is not extended. And we did request to make a presentation on this to the Board of Trustees, and we hope that you will consider our request and welcome us at a future meeting. In terms of contract negotiations, you can see the items that we have exchanged proposals on. I do want to comment that we have experienced what we see as a negative bias towards faculty in our negotiations, and so we do hope that that is corrected. It's hard to, it was disheartening to hear some comments that indicated that faculty were not working hard. And so we do hope that the approach changes in the district team members as they're working with us. In terms of grievances, you will see a description of the grievances that we currently have filed towards the district. And the grievances are at a very high level, at levels 3, 4, and 5, which means we have not been successful at solving grievances at the lowest level. And so that's another area where we would like some support from all of our executive management as well as our trustees that our managers at the lower levels would feel empowered to work with faculty and solve contract grievances. We shared enough about the 50% law. We may come back as we get to know that report more. I do want to read what I wrote about the board evaluation because I do see it's on your agenda tonight for discussion. And with your goals for 24-25, you committed to objectives related to fiscal and operational management, capital investment projects, student success, and board development and involvement. Should you have similar goals in 25-26, please consider some of the issues the Faculty Association has presented you. For example, is it prudent for the district to send faculty grievances to arbitration because district administrators will not adhere to contract agreements or reach mutual agreement on interpretation of contract language? How does an increase of 192% in manager compensation improve student success? Might you be able to work together with faculty when we share mutual interest in statewide initiatives that are likely to impact this district's budget? Faculty and students need you to shift this college's focus away from administrators and buildings and toward faculty and students. So we hope some of those ideas will show up in your goals and planning. And lastly, I do want to extend a congratulations to our student trustee on their election to the president of the Student Senate of the California Community Colleges. The Faculty Association did offer its endorsement, and so we're very proud of you, and we wish you success. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Next up is item 8.03, CSEA 262, and Brandon Gillette.
Good evening, board members. I have more details I could share on this topic, but I want to be respectful of your time. I will simply announce that CSEA 262 is having active conversation about AR-15s for sworn officers on campus, and we will be bringing forward our position as a chapter when those conversations have concluded. Today, our chapter elected 6 delegates to attend CSEA's 99th annual conference, taking place from July 20th to July 25th. As chapter president, I am also privileged to attend. This conference is CSEA's primary business meeting where thousands of delegates from hundreds of chapters gather to represent nearly 250,000 members across California and engage in direct democratic governance of our association. By the way, I looked up those numbers. That is 0.5% of the total population of California. This year, we saw more interest than in any year since I've been at Mount SAC, with 33 members nominated to attend. I'm especially excited that 5 of our 7 delegates will be attending for the first time. It's always a very powerful experience, and I can't wait for them to see CSEA in action. I also want to highlight a major issue with our current classification process. For those unfamiliar, this process governs how we revise job descriptions and determine salary placement within our unit. Our unit includes over 250 distinct job classifications. Contractually, each of these job descriptions must be reviewed at least once every 6 years. To meet this requirement, we would need to complete one review every 8 days. That is an impossible pace given our current resources. In reality, we have only been averaging one review every few months. With only a 3-hour meeting scheduled per month, we do not have nearly enough time to complete this task. It's no surprise that we have not completed a full cycle of review in the last 13 years. This failure directly affects our members. Clear, up-to-date job descriptions are essential for understanding expectations, ensuring fair compensation, and identifying when work falls outside of one's classification. Right now, our members have none of that clarity. The result is confusion, misclassification, operational roadblocks, and a growing backlog of unresolved issues. not just for 262, but for every single group on campus who relies on us to do our work effectively. As a union leader, my job is to identify barriers that prevent our members from serving students effectively. These classification issues are one of the most critical barriers that classified on this campus face. Fortunately, there are viable solutions. Outsourcing this work to a qualified third party would allow us to complete the volume required, and early analysis suggests it may even be more cost-effective than paying wages for existing staff to complete this work, with dramatically improved outcomes. We strongly urge the board to support CSCA 262's efforts to fix this broken system. Our members and our students deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Item 8.04 CSCA 651, he is not here tonight, so we'll move on to item 8.05, Academic Senate. Dr. Tanya Anders.
Good evening again. I submitted my report yesterday, so I'm promised to go even sooner so you have enough time to read it, because I know we're meant to keep our report short here, but I do want to make sure that you have the time to read the important information that we share. So your top takeaways, as always, on the top. Tiffany Quote, you met her earlier. She's our newly elected senator at large, which makes our exec board complete again. We had an out-of-cycle election. The other item I wanted to mention is transparency, but also really communication. I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for your self-evaluation and goals that you are discussing today. And as I was reading through that, there were a few things that I noticed that I thought maybe as you read through this, you could give some thought, some ways in which you can also advocate for. You have as a rule advocate for and protect the college, but that includes us faculty, right? So advocating for faculty to, like, for example, learning about all the legislative changes we are constantly really dealing with and have very increased workloads because of that. And I know that you've shown a great interest when we talk about Common Course numbering and AB 928 and 1705 and all that. So I would just appreciate it if you make yourself knowledgeable in those areas. You've shared amazing amount of conferences you've attended. Maybe also consider some that relate more to issues that help you understand those legislative changes better and how we have to deal with them, like attend some maybe statewide Senate meetings or also sustainability related issues, which is also part of our goals as our campus, right? Like 3C Converge is meeting in, I think, Anaheim in September this year. So it'd be lovely to not always see board members from other community colleges attend, but it would be lovely to have you at some of the events we attend also. So I guess I'll leave it at that since we're trying to be short, but I invite you to read the rest of my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anders. And then item 8.06, Classified Senate. President Garcia.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Just a few updates from Classified Professional Development Committee. Dr. Julia Locklear was unanimously selected as the CPD Day 2025 keynote speaker. And the keynote address will align with CPD Day's theme of professional development and growth. The new employee welcome was held on March 27th with 12 new employees in attendance, and 3 of those employees enrolled in the new Employee Success Program as a result. Also, the NESP is now onboarding initiative by POD and HR for classified and confidential employees. The program provides structured mentorship and support to help new employees succeed early on. And CPDC members were invited to volunteer as mentors to share the opportunity with their colleagues. And lastly, the Classies Awards was rescheduled, so it will now take place on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 in the Clark Theater. And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Great to see you this evening. All right. Next up is we're in section 9 of our agenda. We're on item 9.01, which is a correction to the February 26th, 2025 management contract. But before we I ask for a motion, I have to read this out per law. Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that before taking final action, a summary of the recommendation regarding the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits or contracted managers be orally reported. So therefore, I'm reporting that the following summary regarding such items appearing on the agenda, which include longevity pay, doctoral stipend as identified on the management salary schedule, and health and welfare benefits granted to other management employees, will be provided to eligible managers when relevant. For renewal is one item, and that is Mr. John Peterson, who is the Special Projects Manager with an annual salary of $123,180 for the term of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. This is more of an amendment correction. So with that, I am seeking a motion for approval. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Student trustee?
I vote in favor.
All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are now on consent. Let me get over there. At this time, the consent items are those items that are routine in nature for those of you who are new to our board. But the board can always pull any items that's listed on the consent agenda. Are there any items that board members wish to pull? 10.04. Anything else?
Yes, 10.03.
10.03.
And the second one, 12.01.
All right. Anything else, board colleagues? Hearing none, we are pulling item 10.3, 10.04, 12.01. With that, do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of those three? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, consent agenda is approved. First up is, for discussion, we're pulling item 10.03. This is 10.03 is an agreement with Infotech Research Group for IT research and advisory services. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Now for discussion.
Thank you, Board Chair. I could start off. I was pulling this item in terms of the overwhelming public comment that we have received in the past on our data collection here on campus. And so I see that there looks like there, if I'm not mistaken, will be some form of data collection from our students and or our campus community in this item. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have our Chief Information Officer here. If you can answer some questions if you have any.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi, Anthony Moore, Chief Technology Officer.
Thank you for being here, Mr.
Sure.
Moore. Would you like me to circle back to the question, or?
Yes, please.
Of course. I pulled this item because we've received a lot of public comment in terms of issues with the way that we handle our data, specifically our students' data here on campus. In this item, please forgive me if I'm mistaken, but will this company be collecting any data, and or will it be our students?
No, actually not at all. So what this item is, Infotech does research and advisory services. So we have with them several licenses or seats. So that means IT staff can have access to many different research topics, from whether it's programming, whether it's AI, whether it's security, whether it's networking. They can do trainings for us. So in the past, we've done trainings for them on, I just did a workshop with them early this year with several staff on the topic of AI. They helped us create our project management prioritization process. So no actual data being shared with this one. They just provide services for us if we have inquiries, need additional support, training, workshops, have access to all of their research online. So that's essentially what this is.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
All right. Board colleagues, yes, Trustee Jen
Can
Haggerty?
I have a suggestion? I'm sure we protect all the data. And is there any way, some sort of workshop to brief those concerned students, so that, they come to the board meeting and express their concern? But is there any way we can do something to explain to them that what we are doing, or
Sure, we could do that.
or maybe a town hall or something, have Q&A?
So if you
Would
do
that
that,
help?
I think that's a great idea.
yeah, it would be good, and especially if you show the language in the contract that says what their rights are regarding the data.
The reason I have confidence that we are protected. But when we have the streaming and all that, and then people concerned.
Sure.
So, and then if we do that, maybe it can ease their concern, and maybe they don't have to make an effort to come.
That's definitely something that we can work on. I know that with a couple of the students that have come in several times, we've actually sat down and with them, they've come and had multiple meetings with us. We talked to them about what kind of data we collect, security on campus. So we have had those meetings with them. I've had one or two on my own. We did have another one late last year where I had all of my managers, so all of my directors and assistant directors, and we sat around our conference room for probably a couple hours and talked about it. So
I know we do that,
Yeah.
but I think it's good to be in the public so these students know, other students know we are addressing the issues or explain to them. So
I think that's a great idea. We can definitely work to
Chair,
put something
can
like that
we,
together.
But also, the students are saying that they've done public records requests, especially regarding to the license plate readers, and I don't know why the college isn't responding, but are there those, is there some problem with
I would need to hear the specific request because any public records requests that we've received through our normal process that come via HR, we've responded to all those requests. So
there's nothing pending? Because like I said, the students are always up in arms about the requested data.
it's a concern I understand, and I understand that they're concerned about their data and data being what's being shared.
And especially about the license plate readers.
Well, specific to license plate readers, I'm trying to recall if I've received any specific requests for that one.
They want to know where it's stored and who has access, and I don't know what else.
Trustee Santos, forgive me. We are on an item. We have a motion, an active motion in discussion, and we're off topic now. Forgive me. Trustee Santos, maybe you can work with Dr. Garcia and discuss that offline. But thank you very much.
Okay.
Board colleagues, are there any additional questions?
Just a comment for Mr. Moore. I just want to say thank you to you and your team for taking the time to, speak to students, to clarify anything, and I appreciate that. And to Dr. Garcia, if we could have a town hall on this, I would really appreciate that. I think it would be a very good use of our time and resources to explain to our first-generation college students the process of, how our data is stored and if there's any suggestions that they might have.
Thank you, student trustee. Thank you, Trustee Jen Haggerty. Dr. Garcia has taken note of that for follow-up with staff. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, board colleagues, we will take this action now. Student trustee?
I vote in favor.
Board colleagues, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Item carries. Next up is item 10.04, agreement with ISM Advisors, a division of urban features to provide bond financial advisory services. Is there a motion for approval? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second. Discussion? Trustee Chen?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for providing an initial response. So have we used this type of advisor before in our previous bond issuances?
In our previous bond issuances, we have not used a financial advisor.
Okay, so what are the benefits of using one now?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to help us structure our new bond series that's coming up, hopefully in August. Help us make sure that we're not only looking at what's happening with our tax-exempt bonds. Right now, those are definitely being challenged at the moment, but we're making sure that not only that we're structuring our bonds, whether they're taxable or non-taxable, but most importantly, that it's structured in a way to support the projects that we have upcoming.
What do you mean by they're being challenged right now?
Yeah, so tax-exempt bonds right now is on basically being challenged not only within our district, but within the state of California to be removed. And so we're making sure that we're falling within our timelines to make sure that we get on the paper, or actually the tax roll for the next upcoming series. So they are being challenged right now for tax-exempt bonds.
Who's challenging it?
It's a state actual challenge. So again, yeah, we're trying to work with our financial advisor to make sure that we structure our next series in a way to take advantage of, if this is to expire, that we're taking advantage of it very soon rather than later.
Okay, so we're anticipating added challenges this time around versus previously.
In previous years, correct.
Okay, but then it was also mentioned that we've used ISM advisors in the past, so then what did we use them for?
So in the past, I know we've reached out just for inquiries, maybe not specifically a whole contract, but we have questioned with our previous bond counsel, we had reached out before just for maybe a general question, but we have used them in the past.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
So, what's our like timeline as far as doing the first signing the first set of bonds for Measure V, and also for bringing on whoever's going to handle that stuff for us?
Yeah, so currently what we're trying to make sure is that we're covering tech and health, right? That was the initial reason for the bond. At the same time, we have other projects, specifically infrastructure and a potential building for our library replacement. So our time frame right now is hopefully going out in the fall or late summer to make sure that our bond series, our first bond series, is approved. Yes.
So that'll be our first sale?
Correct.
And then we'll bring on the people that are going to handle it before that?
So our financial advisor is going to help us with our underwriters. We're going out for RFP for that as well. So our financial advisor is going to protect our district and make sure that our RFP is written correctly, but most importantly, when we do out for that series, that the district is protected.
Okay, so we're doing an RFP for what?
For our underwriters. So before, I believe we used RBE, yes. So for our underwriters, that's going to assist us in that whole bond sale. We're making sure that we're basically starting from scratch, right? We have new bond counsel. We're making sure that we have a new underwriter, and our financial advisor is going to help guide us through that.
Who's our new bond?
Bond counsel, Katie Dobson.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct, with Jones Hall.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Any additional questions?
Yeah, actually, I think you answered it, but I was going to ask about if they helped with underwriting services, but sounds like they do some of the preparation work.
They help
for
us
the
with
RFP.
the RFP, correct.
With the RFP. And in the past, we've always done our own RFP.
We have done our own.
Okay.
We've done our own RFP in the past. So we're just making sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's on this new bond measure.
And have they worked with colleges with, I mean, we're pretty unique. I mean, a lot of, well, maybe except for LACCD and a couple others, like have a bond the size of what we have. Do they have experience working with colleges or institutions?
Definitely, and also they're local. They're also working with Pomona Unified School District. They're working with a lot of local, not only community college districts, but also the K through 12s.
Do you have a rough estimate how many institutions would use a financial advisor versus not, since we haven't in the past?
Yeah, so in most cases, most districts use a financial advisor. Over the past 25 years, we have not, by the direction of our bond counsel. So in this case, we wanted to make sure that not only do we have a financial advisor, but also that our new bond counsel is supportive of it. So most districts, when they're going out, always have a financial advisor, and that's what we're trying to be as prudent as possible.
So I think this would be helpful in terms of not necessarily prioritizing relationships, but prioritizing, accountability and previous experience, and showing that whichever underwriter is chosen, that they have a good, strong record.
Correct. And
as opposed to just us having, because there's always that comfort level, which you want, but
exactly.
you also want that competitiveness and an experienced underwriting team. So hopefully that addresses those things.
Thank you, Trustee. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Hidalgo. Any additional questions? Hearing none, we'll take action. Student trustee.
I vote in favor.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Item carries. Thank you. And last item pulled was item 12.01, collection of student fees for Mount SAC Chamber Singers and Wind Ensemble to travel to Hawaii to perform at local schools and organization. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
And second, for discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item. I first and foremost want to say I support this. I'm going to be voting in favor of it passing. I love to see opportunities for our students to be able to go to other areas of the world to learn and to grow and to have opportunities, especially within their specific field. One thing that I did see that was of concern, that it is in Hawaii, and I know that in being a world languages and global studies major, that Kanaka Maoli, or Indigenous Hawaiians, now face extreme ostracization in their own ancestral homelands. And so it's very difficult. I think now, if my memory serves me correctly, there are more Indigenous Hawaiians that live outside of Hawaii versus on the island, because it has just become unaffordable to live, mainly because of tourism, travel. And so I hope that my hope for this is that we start a robust discussion on utilizing our institutional funding for regenerative travel. I think that prioritizing, approving travel that supports local communities, that gives back, that and doesn't create additional rifts. And so I had a really great and robust discussion with Dr. Garcia about this, and I was just wondering if there was any anything that we're able to add to this in terms of conversation.
Dr. Fowler, please.
I don't disagree with the request to be more engaged in conversations around this particular topic and ensuring that we're listening to all the voices of our students. Is there a recommendation, CSAR, that maybe you could to help us get started?
Yeah, a recommendation that I would request is that a policy can be written in terms of travel to prioritize and or only be regenerative travel, and to ensure that we are able to not only give back to local communities but also support small businesses wherever we send our students, faculty, staff, administration, just so that when we send out individuals from our campus, that we are not only putting our best foot forward, but we're actually supporting the world in which we live in. I think that we have a very large impact on not only the state, but also in terms of where we point our money. And I think it's important to reiterate that our budgets are a representation of our values. And so I think that this is very much in alignment with ASA Plus, but also I think other community colleges are able to follow in our footsteps. And we're putting our money where our mouth is and spending more wisely.
We'll continue to work with Dr. Garcia and maybe set up a time to discuss further. Would that
Thank
work?
you, Dr. Fowler, and
Thank
thank you,
you.
Dr. Garcia. Trustee Baca?
Trying to be clear, the interest is to just do in-state travel, is that it?
Not only in-state, but also
local,
like
just local travel?
potentially like international, local as well too. Wherever we can support small businesses and or ensure that when we are sending members of our community to conferences, to other locations, we're able to do it in a more sustainable way. That we put our money into businesses that align with our values, I think now more than ever, and supporting things like DEI, sustainability, but also potentially.
So the money that is being spent on this particular trip should be spent how?
No, what I'm saying is that like to be in more alignment with our values, to prioritize that. I'm not sure like the specifics of this item, but I just if there's a way that we can more prioritize not only supporting marginalized communities like around the country, but also around the world, to ensure that we are best.
Just for the sake of clarity, so I understand what your interest is here, is that the money that would be used on this particular trip be used with a small business in Hawaii that addresses, that's consistent with our values?
Yes, if we can prioritize that, and if this is not possible to be done for this item, moving forward, if we're able to do that with future travel.
Dr. Fowler, do we have a staff member who can respond to this?
Yes, John Vitullo has been patiently waiting to give more insight, and I think CSAR can help alleviate some of your concerns.
Eat at Denny's, go find a local small business?
I think, in terms of being realistic, I think that to try and prioritize as much as possible, right? And so, possibly, yeah, if we can do that, but I recognize that that limits access, and I think that in many ways cannot be equitable, and so wherever we can.
Student trustee, that's off topic, but it is. But this item is specifically on your item, so you want to provide a very quick.
Yes, please. I would love to. I'm John Vitullo, the acting dean of arts, and I'm so glad that you brought it up. Those of you who have approved many of the trips of the chamber singers in the past know that part of their mission is once they're there, and that's maybe not detailed enough in this, is they seek out local communities to go do service projects, and they work there, and they'll go. This particular trip, they have several locations planned to go sing in local communities and doing exactly what you're talking about. In the past, they've gone to do service projects. I think Dr. Garcia got to see some of the things they did in Ireland. So this group is in alignment with what you're saying. This particular trip is a combination that's not happened before, where the chamber singers, you're familiar with them traveling abroad and doing these kind of trips and performances, but they are now teaming up with the wind ensemble. So they're going to perform together over there, which is amazing. And they're actually going to practice over here. So I'll invite all of you to come see them coming together for the first time. But yeah, they have all the stuff planned for the trip, and this particular group does exactly what you're asking for.
Thank you for that, and thank you for...
Yeah, I'm sorry there's not that much detail. They didn't put every little performance and every little community service that they're going to do while they're there, but they have several things planned that I think you would like.
Thank you.
I think I get the gist.
Yep. You get, yeah. It's like, if we're going to go,
but I think I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Of course.
Thank you, student trustee, for bringing that to our attention. As mentioned, Dr. Fowler and Dr. Garcia will follow up as appropriate.
Thank you. I'd love to be included in that conversation as well, too, please.
So with that, is there any additional questions?
I just had one. So it says 3 faculty and 1 staff member. Are those like our directors that are going with them on the trip, accompanying them on the trip? Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll take a vote on the item. Student trustee?
I vote in favor.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Great. Now that takes us from consent now to the discussion items. We're now at agenda item 15.01. And at this point, we'll be bringing up Alexis Carter and Shannon Carter, and they will provide a presentation on the state-funded adjunct faculty health benefits program. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi, good evening. Oh, you're coming up here? Oh, I thought she was going to sit over there. Okay. All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Hidalgo, and Dr. Garcia. Good evening. My name is Alexis Carter, and I am the Senior Director of Labor Relations and Employee Services under Human Resources. So I will be presenting with Shannon Carter. Hi. It's been a while. The adjunct health benefits and overview of the state-funded program under California. So with the first page, just to follow along as we read. Oh, I do it here. I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware of that. Okay. So just a quick overview of what we currently offer our adjunct faculty employees. You, first of all, must serve the district with a minimum of 4 consecutive semesters before you become eligible to participate. And while you are participating in the health plan, you need to continue to receive 6 hours if you're non-credit, or a total of 20% equivalent to 3 LHE if you are credit faculty. So it takes 4 semesters, consecutive semesters to participate, and then after that you need to maintain 3 LHE in order to continue to receive health benefits. We currently have 139 adjuncts enrolled. The tiers are broken up into single party, 2-party, and family party, just for your review. And what happens is there is a total pool of $917,000 that is allocated towards our adjuncts' health benefits, and they receive an annual amount of $6,000 a year. Now, 139 participants at $6,000 does not equate to $917,000. So what happens is at the end of the fiscal year, we kind of do, I call it a rebate. Once they are enrolled for the full year, we take what's left of that 917 and reallocate it on a proportion back to the adjuncts. So at the end of the year, if they participate in the full year, they do receive money back to help them kind of additionally pay for those benefits that were out of pocket. So we do expend the full $917,000 every year.
What happens if we exceed the 917? If there are 160 adjunct that apply and that the 6,000 doesn't cover it?
Those are conversations that would come back to interim VP Shannon Carter to have those discussions of what to do with the funds afterwards.
Wait, but then that 917 cap, that's a cap, no matter how many people apply?
That's the current cap, correct?
Okay, and it was negotiated?
Yeah, it was increased 200,000 within the last 2 years. So we do gradually increase. So at this moment, it's 917,000.
And it's sufficient at this point?
It is sufficient.
Yeah. Okay. We have not reached a point yet where we do not have the funds left over.
So you said you pay for the 139, and then whatever's left over, you give them cash? Is that what you said?
We do provide a stipend.
To just the 139?
Correct. Of those who participated.
And how many adjuncts do we have?
Currently, on any given semester, it's roughly 1,200 to 1,500 actively working adjuncts.
But not all of them would qualify because you have to have done 4 consecutive semesters.
Correct. Not all of them qualify, and then additionally, not all of them choose to enroll. They may have coverage elsewhere, or they're not interested in the plan that we offer, because the only plan available to adjuncts at this time is the Kaiser Permanente HMO plan.
Or we might have a lot of professors that don't have medical.
That could be correct, yes. But we do offer Kaiser for them to enroll in if they choose to make that decision. And we have open enrollment twice a year at the beginning of every semester for them to have that opportunity.
Is there a way, when they have this option, that they indicate that they decline because they have some other insurance, or
We don't ask for them to decline because it's not a forced enrollment. So if they just don't respond to us, then we just assume that they're declining coverage. But we do send out notification to say, hey, you're eligible. Are you interested? If we don't hear anything back from them during the open enrollment period, then we're assuming that that's a decline.
So we don't really know if they're not paying in because they have it through their spouses.
Correct.
Insurance?
Yeah, we don't.
Okay.
We have not yet received, done any sort of surveying to receive that information.
Okay, thank you.
And what out of pocket do they typically have after we've contributed $6,000?
I would actually have to get that information because it depends on whether they're enrolled in a single party, two party, or a family plan on what that out of pocket cost for them would be, depending on the tier.
But there is something.
There is something. Yes, I would. It's about $750 a month that they're receiving. That equates to about $6,000 a year for them. So that doesn't quite cover a single party even as it is.
Right.
The $750 is the cost of the medical, or that's the cost of their stipend that they get?
That's the stipend that they receive per month. And they are provided that stipend 8 times per year because that is alignment with their pay. And that covers them for the full year of coverage. Right. So on the second page, which I am in control of, okay, the California allocation and considerations. So what does it mean? What has been the budget that California has allocated for this plan? So in 2023, the Budget Act moved forward with $200.49 million allocated for part-time faculty health insurance. In order for the reimbursement to go through its process, it first reimburses those colleges that are participating at a 50% level. So those colleges that have said, hey, we want to participate in this and we are going to do so at a 50%, then they would receive the 50% allocation first. Any colleges that are participating at 100% would first receive the 50%, and then if there's money left over out of that $200 million, then it would go through a process of proportioned amounts of all the other colleges participating at 100% and get a portion of what's left in order to make up the 100%. So if the claims exceed the allocated budget, each district only would receive a proportion of their involvement. So that would depend on how many colleges are participating at 100% and then how many faculty within each of those colleges are participating in order to determine how much money they're receiving after 50% threshold has been met. The reimbursement uncertainty, as mentioned, there's no guarantee of full reimbursement simply because we don't know how much after the facts, after that year is done and the enrollment has been completed, how much of that $200 million will be provided to the districts at a 50% level, and then the remaining amount being provided to those participating at 100% level.
When you say participating at 50% level versus 100, that's 50% of adjunct participating?
That is the district participating saying, hey, we want to participate in this program, but we are volunteering only to receive 50% of reimbursement from the state out of the $200 million for the premiums. So whatever the district's paying those insurance carriers for cost, then we can receive the 50%
okay. And
reimbursement for
those get
that.
paid out first.
Yes. Yeah, that gets paid out first, and then it goes back around and starts paying out those that are participating at 100% reimbursement.
Affecting the overall funding.
The parameters for...
Well, the 50% reimbursement, or 100% reimbursement. Obviously, those are parameters to set up.
Yeah, so those are reimbursement thresholds.
My question is this: you got $200 million there.
Correct.
How is it affecting that totality?
Yeah, I want everyone to understand that's a one-time allocation. In other words, they're not guaranteeing that they're going to give us $200 million every year. So as far as the parameters are concerned, if you can explain your question.
You can't explain it.
I can't explain.
It would have to be
over a period of time, yes.
So the experience that we have thus far, though?
Thus far from
is that
2023?
being depleted, or is it being, what is it?
As far as participating districts?
200 million.
Yeah, $200 million
That's
one time.
That's a state.
That's a state allocation, correct.
Is there $100 million left?
At this time, I don't know the balance, but I do know as far as participating districts, and I know Alexis is going to talk about that, it's dwindling.
Could you give me an example? I need to hear the math. Let's say, for example, I'm an adjunct faculty and I have $1,000 a month health insurance premium. What would happen under this plan?
what would happen is you would receive the district contribution of $750 a month that would go
That's
towards the
automatic.
$1,000
So
cost.
that is unchanged, right?
That's unchanged.
Okay, and then what happens?
What this statewide program does is it provides that $750 back to the district so that there's no cost to the district for that $750 contribution towards the adjunct.
When you say 50%, does that mean $375 comes back to the district?
Correct.
Okay, so 50% of our costs or our policy, our
Correct.
reimbursement is subject to reimbursement, correct?
Yes.
Is that guaranteed? What happens if there's a tremendous number of participating colleges on here and that 50% is exhausted? That 50% exhausts the first $200 million in here. What happens then?
Unfortunately, we don't know. It has not been stated that they will continue to finance this or continue to support it. So right now we have $200.49 million that we have. What could happen in the future is the uncertainty that we have as a district.
Historically, has there been a residual balance after the first 50%? Historically?
Historically, there has been.
Okay.
But this is over a period of time. This is giving a group benefits and having to continue those benefits as long as they're employed and meeting the minimum qualifications.
So why I hear there's reluctance on our participation in this program. Explain to me why.
The money isn't guaranteed. So the $200.49 million, currently we're having some fiscal conditions that in this actual fiscal year going into our new budget, this is one of the programs that they're looking to either reduce or use towards our budget shortfalls for the actual state of California.
Forgive me, isn't this free money to the college?
At this time it is, but that would be giving benefits. And we're going to get into the portion of how much this will actually cost the college once those funds are expired.
So you're going to cover that conversation later in the slides unless you just wait, correct?
Two more
minutes.
slides.
Okay, fine. I understand. Go ahead.
Okay. Trustee Santos, did you have a...
So, how long has this been going on?
2023.
Since 2023. Has any college ever asked for either 50 or 100% reimbursement and not got it?
At this time, the answer to that would be no, simply because it is a growing program. So in 2023, there was a handful of colleges, and there's been more colleges that have participated in this program since. Still, not all colleges are participating in this program, but the state of California is working towards that, to where all colleges are starting to tap into the $200 million.
What has been the increase? Like, how many more colleges now are participating in this?
Maybe a bit more than 10. We're probably looking at around 15 to 20 colleges.
Okay.
Districts out of 73?
Yeah.
You said, like how many districts again?
15 to 20.
Oh, 15 and 20. And do you know how many colleges that is within those districts?
I would have to break down to figure out how many of them are multi-districts versus
worries.
single colleges.
No worries, thank you.
Medical is important.
Yes, it is.
It's important.
Has this $200 million been revised since 2023?
It has not. No.
So it's 2023 is $200 million, 2024 is $200 million.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say the more colleges that sign on, that the amount basically that they're getting reimbursed would be shrinking, right?
That is correct.
And starting with those participating at 100%, the reimbursements would shrink.
So the amount would have to, it would have to increase the more colleges that join. And that's the unpredictable part, I guess, is what you're saying, right? Or the uncertain part.
Or not even just increase, it has to be maintained.
Yes.
And we don't know if it's even going to be around next year or the year after.
Correct. Okay. Yes. So what is the criteria to participate? The health insurance coverage offered to all eligible adjunct faculty, currently we have 652, so it would need to be provided to all adjuncts. The 652 are those that are currently eligible as of fall 2024. Benefits must match those of full-time professors, so that would mean that it would need to mirror what we provide our full-time professors, which means going to CalPERS health benefits. Currently, our health benefits provided to adjuncts are through a third-party vendor called ASCIP, and that's where we provide the Kaiser plan. But moving over to this program would kind of encourage us to participate in CalPERS, providing exactly what we provide full-time faculty. Individual premiums must equal that of full-time professors, so the premiums need to match, the coverage needs to match, the plans need to match, and then the district contribution also would need to match what we provide our full-time professors as well. Coverage offered to multi-district adjunct faculty via reimbursement plans, so we would need to make sure that the eligibility for adjunct professors is not exclusive to how much they teach here at campus, but also how much they teach in the state of California at all community colleges. So the eligibility for them to participate in this plan is contingent on how much they teach in the state of California for community colleges, not just Mount SAC. Yes.
Three different community colleges. Whose plan would who'd be on the hook for providing the insurance?
The adjunct professor would get to make that decision on which plan they want to take, at which college they want that plan to be provided from, and then the colleges have to work together to get reimbursement from the state on a prorated basis. So depending on how much LHE the professor teaches at each college would dictate how much the reimbursement would be for that college for the plan.
Does that process work the same if a professor was working in the Cal State UC and private system?
No, this is exclusive to community colleges.
Okay.
This particular plan.
But like, say for example, like there's a community college professor that like works at like a CC and a Cal State, like could they choose between one of those two plans?
No, this would only. I mean, they could if they would like to, but the reimbursement component and the working together with different districts is only between community colleges.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have knowledge of this occurring right now?
I do, simply because we, as human resources, we are receiving verification of employment for adjuncts working at other colleges, choosing that college's health insurance plan.
How's it working?
It's very difficult because it's essentially creating verification of employment, and there's no process or guidance from the state yet on how we're supposed to work together with these colleges or how the reimbursement of paying for those premiums is to work. So although we are verifying that they are working for us, we have not yet, in a sense, received a bill from the state or from other colleges asking us to reimburse them for the cost of the premiums.
I see in the criteria here, the benefits must match that of our full-time professors.
Correct.
Which means they have to go to CalPERS. Let's take the same example.
Yes.
$1,000 a month for the adjunct for their premium currently.
Mm-hmm.
They go to CalPERS. Is their premium going to be similar?
Their premium would be the premium would be the same as it would be for full-time professors. With your example of $1,000, there wouldn't be any out-of-pocket expense for them. It would be fully covered.
Okay.
But we would receive the reimbursement.
Okay. Hypothetically, if the premium at CalPERS were less than their current one, then they would have a benefit. Is that correct?
Correct,
And
yes.
if it's higher, they'd have a detriment. Correct.
Correct.
And the 750 is still set as our policy reimbursement.
It would not be if we move to CalPERS because the district contribution and the premiums have to match what we provide full-time professors. So we provide full-time professors a tiered reimbursement for their premiums, just as for single party, two party, and family.
So are you telling me that our 750 reimbursement needs to come into line with the faculty?
Correct. The full-time professors, correct.
That is contractual or what?
That is in order for us to participate in this plan at 100%, we would have to mirror what we do for full-time faculty down to the premium, the plans offered, everything.
And what is our current reimbursement, our coverage allotment for faculty? Let's say it's a apples to apples, single person. Let's just use a single person for simplicity here.
What's the next one? It's 2 slides ahead. So in order for us to provide exactly what we provide single party for full-time faculty, it is an annual amount of $11,760 just for medical.
Okay, so our 11,000.
So if we break it down by 10, it's $1,176 per month.
All right. So we would go from 750 reimbursement to 1,000
106.
whatever,
Yes.
correct? And then we would be eligible for 50% of that to be reimbursed by the state of California under this plan.
Correct.
And therefore, then our net out of pocket is a little bit more.
Correct.
May I ask that we just complete the, forgive me, Trustee Chow, can we complete the presentation, then we can ask questions?
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
2 more slides. So just to briefly clarify some of those points on this slide is, what does it mean to have same health insurance benefits? So the medical benefits offered to part-time professors must be comparable and equivalent to the plans offered to full-time professors. And the medical coverage through CalPERS would meet this threshold. So what does it mean to move to CalPERS for enrollment? Only one CalPERS health benefits resolution may be filed per bargaining unit. This is important to note because with the Faculty Association, they both encompass full-time professors and adjunct part-time professors. So that would be one resolution filed with CalPERS. This would mean that the same benefits in its totality as it applies to full-time professors would also apply to adjuncts. And this means that retiree benefits would also be afforded to adjunct professors if they meet the same criteria that full-time professors do. So that would be the projected retiree eligibility as of right now of those who are working are 246 adjuncts who would meet the same criteria as full-time professors. And the current CalPERS resolution district contribution is $1,013.25 per month, or equivalent to $12,159 annually. And this would project the retiree district cost for adjunct faculty to be $2,991,114 a year.
Which is not reimbursable.
Correct.
So,
This projected retiree annual guaranteed medical benefit is not offered under our current plan, right? This is an addition?
That is correct.
It would be new.
Yeah, we do not provide retiree health benefits for adjuncts.
Okay, so this is an added deferred cost over the long-term future, and this can be significant, right?
It can.
I understand this.
I think we're on our last slide, right?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
May I ask, have we polled the adjunct faculty and asked what they think?
We're not in relation to this plan.
So how do the adjunct faculty feel? Is this something they are open to, would like, or say they're happy with what they have?
This is currently being negotiated in faculty negotiations as a request and ask by the adjunct faculty.
Pardon me, Trustee Chow, by Robert's Rules of Law, you are to ask me to allow to ask questions. I ask for us to complete this presentation with all due respect. If you could please hold your questions. Thank you very much.
So our final slide is just the projected cost of what it would mean to participate in this program with the state of California. I would like to make it clear that the single party, two party, and family percentage allocation you see on that top chart is mirroring the current tier distribution that full-time faculty have, because we do not know how many adjuncts would essentially participate in this program, as robust as this could be. I use the full-time faculty to determine how many projected enrollees we would have. So that gives us to 652 total adjunct faculty who would be able to participate. Breaking that down to the district contribution for single party, two party, and family, that gives us to an annual total amount of $11,530,378.
The last slide are just simply additional references that we can look at?
Yes, so all the facts that I put into this presentation can be found at one of these 3 websites, including the middle one, which is the program FAQ, has a lot more information that I couldn't put into this, but if there is any more information you're looking for, it's most likely in one of those 3 websites.
Thank you. Board colleagues, I just want to remind you, only because I want to make sure that we're efficiently run, as board chair, Robert Rules of Orders, which we have always subscribed to, you must ask the permission of the chair to ask a question, okay? I just want to remind us of that rule. And so with that, I want to start questions with first, and that is, Is the funding for reimbursement guaranteed to continue regardless of fiscal conditions?
It is not guaranteed to continue.
Okay. And secondly, what would be a reason why districts would not want to participate?
Because this money is not guaranteed over a longer period of time. As a district, we would be giving benefits, and without that reimbursement, we have now basically institutionalized $11.5 million projection that could actually affect the district.
And then will the reimbursement funding also apply to retirees, as you said?
It will not. So that $2.9 million would be a new fee for us to actually pay.
And then lastly, I understand that the Faculty Association, as they have shared in their comments, they're hearing that the dire concerns of what we're claiming in the state, that you are claiming in the state, is not as dire. How would you reconcile that?
Well, currently with the recent wildfires and the fiscal conditions that are happening, especially with the executive orders, we're on a wait and see for that May revise of how that's going to affect the state of California. And so right now we're expecting there could be a possible adjustment even of our COLA. But in addition to that, this one-time investments is the first thing that we're going to look to help support our neighbors who were affected not only by the wildfires, but anything else that we have to cover and any budget deficits. So this is one of those programs that we are carefully monitoring to see exactly if it will be able to continue after this fiscal year.
Thank you. Board call. Yes, Trustee Baca.
This feels like something that's between full funding and an unfunded mandate. So is there somebody in a state agency or the Chancellor's office that's working to streamline some of this stuff, particularly when we're asked to work across different districts to reconcile?
Yeah,
is there someone that we should advocate to?
Everyone, right?
Everyone.
Definitely, Mr. Ferguson, he definitely has been very supportive of this, but this is something where we want to make sure that not only is these costs, but also the administrative cost of working with other districts. This is going to actually require us to put a lot more effort into how we're going to monitor this, because a lot of our adjuncts work at multiple districts.
But help me identify an agency, persons that are driving this at the state level.
We will definitely get you that name.
Okay.
Questions? Trustee Santos?
So I understand that we complied with the rule to spend 50% on instruction. But I know in recent years we paid a $90,000 penalty because we didn't have the correct percentage of full-time professors. Where are we now with this? I mean, that $90,000 could have, gone to medical costs. But where are we now with the rule about the percentage of full-time that we're supposed to have? Are we in compliance? Have we been paying penalties?
We are in compliance of our 50% law, and more than likely we're also in compliance of our faculty obligation number, if that's what you're referring to. But we are in compliance.
Okay, so we're not paying any more penalties?
We're not paying penalties.
Okay.
Yes. Trustee Chow?
I gotta get my head around these last numbers. Our current cost a year is about $900,000, correct?
Correct. In our current plan.
And if we move to this thing, are you telling me it's going to go to $11 million a year?
That is correct. Because of the obligation of the benefits to mirror what we provide full-time faculty. So the projection would be the $11 million. Because that is the same coverage, the same plans, and the same district contribution towards those tiers.
The bulk of this is what the deferred guaranteed, or this is $11 million? I mean, it's hard for me to understand how we can go from $900,000 to $11 million.
So, Trustee, but I want to make sure that we're clear. This is if everyone were to take advantage of this.
Correct.
What we're currently paying is only $132, if I'm not mistaken, eligible and active adjunct that are taking advantage of the plan we're doing now.
So if I did the math, 132 over 652, that's roughly, is that 20%
20%,
right?
are
So
actually
our
using the
cost
plan.
would go from 900,000 to a little over 2.2.
If every adjunct were to take advantage of our plan.
Okay, that's a sort of important point.
That is a very important point.
Okay, so
But
that 2.2 includes lifetime benefits. It's factored into here.
It is not.
It is not factored
It is
in
not
that.
factored
No,
in here.
absolutely
So
not.
that's just actual today's dollar amount of cash.
That is correct.
On addition to that, our deferred pension or deferred OPEB liability, we're going to add some more individuals to be participants in there.
That will become eligible, yes.
I would also like to add, Trustee, that this is only reviewing those that are currently working for us solely and meeting the eligibility requirements with us only. This is not addressing those that may meet eligibility working at multiple districts. That's an unknown cost for us at this time.
Interesting. Hold on. Trustee Baca?
Given that we aspire to try to provide as much coverage as we can to adjunct, is there a model district that is done in your, as far as you can tell, a pretty good job of providing? I know one district that attempted to do that very aggressively, and it was not sustainable. But are there some models that actually can sustain?
Are you familiar?
And that we could maybe take a look at as examples
I would-
good work with what you got?
Yes, I would love to explore what those colleges may look like. Right now, it's hard to identify. I can think of one off the top of my head, but they have a lot of different eligibility requirements than what we have in terms of guaranteed class. How many classes they offer is different. Their rehire rights process is different, and what initially qualifies them for benefits is different. So yes, they meet the eligibility of what the college is saying to participate, but they kind of go above and beyond that eligibility requirement. So it's not, for us to compare ourselves to them wouldn't quite be apples to apples.
But it's helpful to see what
Absolutely.
other,
Of course.
other districts are doing.
Yes, and we can certainly, as we have our list of participant districts, we can certainly explore kind of what they're doing and how long they've been doing it, because this program is only 2 years old, so it's difficult to identify whether or not it's sustainable at this point.
All right, board colleagues, we have 3 more questions left, and I think student trustee has a question.
Thank you. You said that you see around 20% utilizing this. Was that correct?
I believe those were the numbers that Trustee Chow was, yes.
Is there any instance that y'all can see that rate would be higher? Maybe like in terms of like a natural disaster or emergency?
I believe the 20% referred to the participation amount of adjuncts participating. I definitely see that number increasing because at the moment we only offer one health plan, and it's through Kaiser, which is a very strict health benefit plan. If we move to CalPERS, it would open it up to 13 different medical plans, including 2 PPOs and the rest are all different HMO plan options at various price ranges. So it would certainly meet the needs of more individuals than what one Kaiser plan does now.
I'm sorry, I was born in 1999. What's PPO and HMO?
Really fast. A PPO is a consumer self-driven plan, so you get to choose where you want to go and how you want to do it. And it's covered on a percentage level versus an HMO plan, which is more plan-driven, which is saying you need to go to these places to receive this care, but you pay a flat fee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Board colleagues, any additional questions? Yes, Trustee Chen?
Yeah, so just answering, I guess sort of responding to your question about whether or not the 20% utilization would go up, I think it definitely would, because we would be offering 100% coverage versus just $6,000 right now, and there's more out of pocket, right?
I want to clarify, it's not 100% coverage because the district contribution doesn't cover all the plan's premiums. It does cover a significant portion of it, but it's not at 100%.
Okay. So yeah, we provide 11,760 for a single plan.
Correct.
But right now we only provide 6,000.
Correct.
So
It would definitely
doubling it.
improve. Yes.
Right. So that would go up. So we would see that uptick in enrollment, and then on the back end, I think this is something that very few colleges deal with, is that retiree benefit, because we are very generous. We do a good job of taking care of our retirees. I don't think many other colleges provide that.
Not at a lifetime eligibility, no.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And last question, Trustee Hidalgo.
I'll defer to Trustee Chow because I kind of got answered in this previous one. So.
Trustee Chow.
So to get our accurate comparison here, we're at $900,000 now.
Correct.
With the same number of participant, we'd be at 2.2 million, right? But we get 50% back, correct?
Correct.
So it'd be 1.1 million. So the difference is $200,000 if we're trying to, hypothetically, correct?
That is
correct.
correct.
But the unknown factor is the lifetime benefits, which can be actuarially calculated, right?
Correct.
Have we done an actuary calculation of these 139 individuals? Have we done that calculation?
We have not done that calculation as of yet, but we can do that calculation. Especially against, I know where you're going, but as far as our retirement benefits and how that will affect our OPEB and all that contribution, we can definitely do that with our actuarial.
The most important question that I have is, what do the adjunct want? Are they in favor of this thing? And I'd like to hear a poll from the adjunct saying, is this worth, do they see this as a benefit? Okay, I mean, they're our employees, they're important employees,
Absolutely.
right? So I'd like to hear their input on this thing.
We can certainly work with the Faculty Association to ensure that their adjuncts are heard and have a poll.
I'm done with questions, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chow. Dr. Garcia, are you okay with that recommendation from Trustee Chow?
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. All right, board colleagues, this was a discussion item, and I appreciate you, Carters, joining us this evening. And trustees, thank you for your questions. Next up, we are now moving on to another discussion item, and that's item 15.02, board self-evaluation. If you pull it up on your board docs, we'll be evaluating the last two documents, which are the board self-evaluation compilation, as well as the board evaluation tool. So very quickly, if you see this board evaluations tool, it is simply a compilation of all of the, I guess that's the, we're going to go to the evaluation tool. You want me to do that? So that was, I'm going back, right? So board colleagues, if you look on the board docs, what Dr. Garcia has done is identified all of the goals that we have presented. Come on, move forward. There we go. And because this is a discussion item and because you've already evaluated each one of these, I'm just simply showing to you, and this is public information for those of you who have seen this on board docs, the red is the goal and the black is how we are progressing in the goal. Is that right, Dr. Garcia?
So in this specific slide, the objectives, so the red wording is the goal, and then there's 4 objectives, and then if you make progress, you'll identify for objective 1A what is your progress, for objective 1B so the next slides reflect the progress that has been made in accordance with the objectives. So that's indicating your progress for the goals that you set last year, and which include the objectives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So even though this is a board self-evaluation, we wanted Dr. Garcia felt in alignment with the board policy that we are also evaluating our board goals. And as you can see on your own, every item, objective A, B, C, and so forth, and the progress that we are making to address each one of those items is listed for us, and appreciate Dr. Garcia and staff in preparing that for us. At this time, I just want to bring this to your attention because I want to move to the next item, which is the board self-evaluation. Because at the end, the last item I want us to discuss is, do we want to modify or keep the board goals as they are? So with that, let's go through the Board of Trustees self-evaluation. For those of you in the audience who are trying to understand what the board has reviewed, we each got a self-evaluation tool, and then we each of the 7 of us has decided to rate either A as excellent to F unsatisfactory. So as you can see, board colleagues, oops, I brought up the wrong one, that if we look at the compilation, what I wanted to do is just go through each section rather than each item, and sort of what we customarily do as a board when we do this every year. Just wanted to pull out and see if there was any discussion that we should do as far as board organization. Consistently, we are at above average to excellent. We operate as a unit. We understand and uphold majority decisions of the board and so forth. Under board policy, I'm stopping here because there are a couple of C's. C's are average. So I didn't know if there was any discussion. There's no need to identify any board member who actually rated that unless they so choose. But I wanted to stop here to see if there was any particular reason, particularly when it gets to the board assures a systematic, comprehensive review of board policies. The board focuses on policies and board discussions, not administrative matters, and those are C's. Any board discussion in that area?
So I've brought this up before, but in the past we've had board policies presented to us for ratification after it's gone through committee reviews, instead of us actually taking the first chop. And I just want to make, and you've agreed that it shouldn't be that way, that these are our policies. So I want to make sure that we are.
So now the board policies are provided for information to the participatory governance committees, because those are your policies. What we bring forward is with changes that are recommended through CCLC or legislative changes, but you are the ones that are responsible for board policies. Therefore, they're being presented as information items to our governance, participatory governance committees. The participatory governance committees have authority over the administrative procedures, and that's where they provide their input, and that's how we carry out the board policies in operation. So we have changed that practice.
And also I wanted, as part of the ongoing board training, several of us board members participated in a leadership conference, and where they discussed the Carver governance model, which was very enlightening to me, which reemphasizes the policy directions of how this board provides guidance to the college president and her team. And to me, what's important on the third bullet, the board focuses on policy in board discussions, not administrative matters. Particularly with the red flag there is that, and I don't think there's any necessary egregious issue, but we are always, as board members, to direct our issues to our college president, not ever to go directly to staff. And so that I just want to reiterate that is the role of this board, is that we have one employee and we direct everything to her, which is why I always lean over to Dr. Garcia to ensure that she's in concurrence with any instructions that we give her. Moving on to government and community relations, it appears as if the board is above average or excellent in those areas as far as our role in the communities. Policy direction, we're consistent there. I'm now moving on to the next page. Let's make sure that this is advancing. CEO relations. Board colleagues, if you need me to stop at any time, please feel free to tell me. Board and CEO relations. Again, we are above average or excellent, except for in one particular area. The board clearly delegates the administration of college to the CEO. Maybe that's the reference that we made earlier, that, board should not be going around the college CEO and to staff. As well as in support of the college's mission to serve students, board has developed a CEO succession plan. I'd be curious to know what particularly that there might be a concern there, if a board colleague wants to share. Again, no, it's not necessary, whoever said that. Yeah. Yes. Dr. Garcia?
You updated the board policy in the sense of, if you may or may not recall, if I'm absent from the role less than 1 month, then the VPAS, Vice President for Administrative Services, would operate the institution in my absence. Beyond that, you would make the appointment as the board.
And that's when we name you, Trustee Santos, as CEO. I am kidding, by the way. I just want to make sure that's clear. All right, I'm moving along into fiscal oversight, and then institutional performance, board leadership. There's a flag there where there's board members are prepared for board meetings. I just want to make sure that that's noted, that we're always prepared, and I feel confident that our board is very engaged. And we even have a D. The board maintains confidentiality of privileged information. I don't know if that that is a very important. Just a reminder to this board that we are all under California Brown Act. It's a law that anything that's discussed in confidence, particularly as it relates to closed sessions, can never be discussed, communicated in email, text, or even, whether other board, anyone other than the board outside. And that's just a reminder for board leadership. And then advocating for the college. Moving on, there's a C there. The board helps educate the local community about the community college needs and issues. Maybe there's...
So just my comment is I think, we could be more engaged with the grassroots. So that's...
Okay. And then finally, board education. There's a C. The board adequately studies issues prior to board action. That's the second time that's come up from one trustee. That I think that's a reminder to all of us to ensure that we, again, for those of you who aren't aware, the board agenda goes out it's by law required at 72 hours, but we actually exceed that and go beyond 72 hours. Our board meeting is on a Wednesday, which means it's officially supposed to go out on a Monday or Sunday, but ours comes out 2 days earlier. It comes out on a Friday, 9 times out of 10. And so we give the public, the board, adequate time to review the agenda.
I have a comment about that.
Yes.
So I think in terms of the open session, we have adequate time, but there are just sometimes when we're dealing with items in closed session that we run into, open session is about to start, we got to move on, and very often what we're discussing in closed session is some of the most vital and important things, and I don't think it's prudent to put those. I don't have a perfect solution for this because we want to have efficient meetings, but I do feel like sometimes we are not given enough time to discuss things in closed session that are very important.
That's duly noted, not by myself, but Dr. Garcia. And I know that we've tried to, so sometimes we'll give a lot of time, but it seems like more times than not, like this evening, we went over in closed session because there was substantive discussions that we were having. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Trustee Chen. And Trustee Chen, you're doing really well for just coming from Taiwan with your family.
That's right, struggling.
Yeah. All right. At this time, you can read the notes on your own. I didn't know if you wanted to, if there's anything that anyone wanted to bring out for purposes. Yes, Trustee Chow.
Ma'am, there's a comment in here that I made. When I was filling this out, I didn't know my comments were going to be in our public session, because this is the first time I recall this ever happening. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. And so
We
I
have
wrote
done
a
this
few
before.
things in here,
We have done this
and,
before.
I want to expand on what I said because it's here in public knowledge now, and my intent was it to be a private conversation between the board. And
No, I
so-
want to make sure, Trustee Chow, this is every year. This is public information. It is agendized.
This thing goes out
Yes.
publicly every year?
Every year.
I guess I've never had it here, but in any event.
I've been in the same meeting with
I better
you.
temper my comments.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to be honest. I want to take. I have a comment in here, and I think President Garcia needs to hear it from me. And I wrote in here in item number 7, and I said we should consider a one-time payment to non-management staff as we are having a strong fiscal year. Okay, and I say that because we are having a exceptional fiscal year.
Yep.
Is that correct, Ms. Carter? Would you concur?
The last time my predecessor said we were having a great budget year, it came back to haunt us. But I will tell you that at the beginning of this year, we are improving
Okay.
our current budget situation.
And what drives this, for me, is that our student success rate has gone up under President Garcia and our faculty and everybody from 68 to 71, 72%. And that really flows down to the bottom line because our student-centered funding formula is going to be beneficial. Our enrollment is back. And this, for me, that is a top priority in this college. And the fact that that has happened is really, from my perspective, faculty and our support staff. And I'm sorry about managers who were sitting in this room. You are not part of this equation. I appreciate what you do, but I want to recognize that the faculty and the classified have done an exceptional job. And that's why I wrote it in here, and I didn't know it was going to be published. So I will know in the future. But that is my comment, and that's how I feel. And I think it's something we should consider as a board. The president runs the college, and it's up for us to decide if we wish to go down this route or not.
Thank you, Trustee Chow. Dr. Baca, did you have a question?
Yeah, just follow up. And obviously, this is within the parameters of a contract negotiated item. But the legality of it as just a spontaneous response is questionable. So
It's here in public.
no. I'm talking about the actually giving a bonus.
Definitely. I'll let HR touch on that one, but yes, giving an actual bonus as far as contractually.
It could be a gift of public funds.
Yes.
It has to tie to something.
It has to be negotiated.
Yes, it has
Definitely
to
has
be
to be
negotiated and all of that.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's not something that we're just unilaterally empowered to do. Just wanted to be clear.
I just also want to clarify something that Trustee Chow said. I think perhaps what is different is that we generally review this in a study session, and maybe that's why, rather than in a monthly board meeting. And so that's perhaps what was different.
My recollection is in the study session, it was only board members in the past.
Oh.
It was our
Yeah, everybody was present.
I guess my memory is starting to fade in here. Correct? I apologize for my lapse of memory.
No worry. No, not at all. It's just different. All right, student trustee.
I'm very elated to see the Board of Trustees evaluation, but unfortunately wasn't able to be included myself. Has that always been common practice within the Board of Trustees? And if so, can we consider changing that to include the student trustee as well?
We're going to address that next month.
I think it is a board policy that we are following and maintaining consistency with, right? So we would have to evaluate our board policy on performance evaluations.
So, I mean, the process is in accordance with your board policy. In regards to the historic practice, Carol, has the student trustee ever been included in completion of? No. And that, I will tell you from the other districts that I've overseen, that wasn't the practice either. But definitely for the board to determine if you would like to consider that.
And I think the preamble to this document, student trustee, it talks about our role as an accrediting commission. I think those are the standards too that we're trying to abide by. But I think we would be. This item is going to be the item of the student trustee is going to be coming up next month, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be an appropriate time for us to discuss that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. All right, board colleagues, I think we've completed at least that item. Are there any additional questions on our board evaluation? Again, this is a proactive, transparent measure that this college takes to see how we are doing and how we can address leadership gaps and issues among ourselves. And so our desire, those of you who are present, is to be transparent and about that. And then lastly, I just wanted to see if there was any additions or subtractions to our board goals that we should bring as an item of discussion. All right, seeing none, we will then complete that item for discussion. Now we are moving on to item 16.01, and that is an information item. An information item is simply for our information only, and it will be coming back. Is that right? Or is this simply for information?
These are administrative procedures. They've been approved by President's Advisory Council. They're in effect. They're here for your information.
Thank you for that reminder. These are administrative procedures as opposed to board policies. So there is a board policy tied to this, but this is the AP. And so this is just for our information on campus safety, for our information. So with that, we are now moving over to item 17.01, board communications. And with that, because Dr. Baca has not communicated with me for over a month, I'm going to pick on him. And you can start with your report, Dr. Baca.
At the same time. Very quickly here. Met with Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, Trustees Chow and Santos. Met with her. She was very informative. Spent quite a bit of time with us on March 18th. I also attended the San Gabriel Valley Legislative Caucus in Pomona on March 20th. The Students Indigenous Peoples event on March 26th. I loved the show. Very well done. The Latino Roundtable Breakfast in Pomona on March 28th. I also attended an event with Supervisor Hilda Solis, and her event was Voice to Action at East LA College on April 10th. I just came back from 3 days of the purchasing conference, which is sponsored by the Foundation for California Community College, and I was there as a board member of that organization. And I want to give a lot of congrats to Angelique Davis, our procurement director. She did a couple of presentations, outstanding. She's one of the very integral members of the Procurement Association, Purchasing Association there, and I attend that annually. It's a very informative conference in that you get to learn a lot about purchasing and facilities and a whole host of things that are covered at that. I also attend a number of athletic events, several of the women's basketball, men's basketball games, and some other events as well. Upcoming are the Mount SAC relays this weekend. I will be there for a bit. Bruce Rogers' dedication on April 21st. I will be there as well, and then the Kepler event next Saturday, a week from Saturday. Again, the presenter is Dr. Gabriela Canalizo, who is an authority on black holes and quasars. She's also a research professor at UC Riverside, and I think really a model for our students who are, especially those who are seeking careers in the sciences. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Baca. Trustee Chow.
I believe I've already said enough for tonight. We had a long meeting, and I've already tossed enough stuff out there, so I think I need to keep quiet and refrain at this point in time.
Never. That's never an issue for you. All right, Trustee Santos.
Okay, so at the Linda Sanchez roundtable, there were about 6 colleges, and the Congresswoman told me that she hadn't heard anything about Head Start being at risk, but this week it was announced that the feds want to close it down, and we have Head Start students at our child development. And there was discussion about using different language for DEI, and Whittier College attendee said that since they're Quakers, they already have language. The Congresswoman encouraged us to organize, and regarding, I'm scared. I want to address that the board address this, perhaps under potential litigation. We're so public about DEI, it makes me wonder if everybody knows what's going on with the feds, and I feel like we're putting a target on our back. 1930s, people were snatched off the German streets and imprisoned with no due process. College and cultural institutions were attacked and destroyed under Mao's Cultural Revolution, and Mussolini demanded professors to take loyalty oaths. And it's just scary. It seems like some of that stuff is happening here. Some people aren't afraid, and they say I'm not afraid, they can't get us all, but I'm afraid. And they already came for Columbia and Harvard. So I also attended the Fabulous Women of Color Action Network conference and a workshop on closing the achievement gap. It was given by a woman from Harvard College. What I learned was that the EOPS directors and managers are shaking in their boots because of dual enrollment. This came up because Mal said she filled all the EOPS requirements, including being homeless, but by the time she found out about the program, she had earned too many units. They have a maximum amount of units that a student can have to be in the program. so dual enrollment is making the EOPS directors nervous. I attended the Roland Heights Coordinating Council, and there was this fabulous presentation about by the community engagement staff of Roland School District. The presenter really knows the value and how it helps students achieve. And then other things I did, I went to the Cesar Chavez breakfast, the West Covina Tesla protest, the Safety Forum, and the Best Earth Day at the County Sanitation Department, and the bike clinics are back at San Angelo Park, so I'm helping out with that. And the lady that has the contracts that does them, she lives in Altadena, and her whole house burned, and she lost all her bikes, and she's starting from scratch. So that's the only sad thing about that. And that's my report.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Santos. Trustee Dr. Hidalgo.
I just want to start off by congratulating our wrestling team, our women's basketball, and our turf teams. Always great to see them win championships and come back with trophies, and just to celebrate their accomplishments up here on the board. I also had the opportunity to attend the Governance Leadership Institute. That was last month in Honolulu, so learned a lot just about continuing to be a board member and the importance of governance and dealing with challenging trustees, like the board chair. No, but there was a really good training, and the fact that there's different structures and people there from throughout the United States to give their input, and just to learn about how many are actually appointed and not elected, and so just different formats throughout the country. But at the same time, how we have a lot of similar issues. So that was really informative training. Also had the opportunity on my spring break to go to Sacramento with a trip that was put together by NASAMEN. And so that was a great advocacy opportunity. They did a great job setting us up with the Senate Education Chairperson, Sasha Renee Perez, and then the Assembly Education Chair, Mike Fong, who we all know pretty well. So it was great to go up there and just be able to advocate for our priorities here at Mount SAC related to budget items and legislative items. And I think the best part was being able to take one of our rising scholars, Uriel. He went up with us to be able to talk about the impact that Rising Scholars has had on his life, coming and finishing his high school diploma here as an adult, and just the resources and support that he gets through Rising Scholars. That was great, and I think the legislators really wanted to hear from him rather than us. So I think that was, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but they get to see those that support Rising Scholars, they get to actually get testimony from someone that's benefited from it. So he's got quite an experience and quite a story. So just another thing that makes me proud to be a board member here at Mount SAC. And the chaperone, our faculty member that went with him, I think that was a really nice touch also, because that was his first time on an airplane, and I believe he's in his 30s or so. So the fact that he did kind of two big things on one day was pretty impressive. Just to fly on an airplane and then to be able to go to the Capitol and speak to some pretty influential state legislators. I'm glad I was I'm glad I was able to share that experience with him and got to know him a little bit more. Then I also went to the spring showcase for our speech and debate. That was really impressive. The first time I had went to that event, and actually one of my former students is one of our speech and debate coaches, so she actually reached out to me and invited me to go. So I'm glad I was able to see her there, and she really enjoys being a speech and debate coach. And then I also attended the President's Forum. I'm glad we have an opportunity for students to give input. And I want to thank Chief for being there and being able to, I know there was a lot of arrows thrown at both our president and our chief, but you handled it, I think, gracefully, and our students are very passionate about the issues, and our faculty as well, and that's never an easy conversation when you're talking about the items that we talked about related to safety. So, but I had to leave a little bit early, but nonetheless, I was glad to be able to hear students and faculty regarding our safety matters. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Primo. Trustee Chen.
I want to follow Trustee Chow's lead and keep it short. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Trustee Chen. Trustee Chen Hegarty.
Yes, it's a very busy month for me. I also attended the ACCT GLI, and basically because I'm also the former ACCT peanut caucus chair, and a lot of time this government institute is held around the country, but every 4 or 5 years they were held in Hawaii, because for our Pacific Islander colleagues, often they have to travel 2 days, particularly if it goes to East Coast. They go to Guam, go to Narita, San Francisco, then East Coast. So we try to accommodate, but the program was very helpful, and particularly Wentworth College hosted the conference. So it's only 5 minutes from my old family home. So the March 25th, the Inspire Women Luncheon, we honor the 4 individuals. They are really amazing, very inspiring. I did have 2 Zoom meetings. March 27 is preparing for my APAHI presentation, but April 2nd, we ACCT Diverse DEI Committee, which had changed the name to Impact and Success Committee, held an urgent meeting to change mission statement. It's not changing what we always do, but to take out some words that will trigger, so it's really very troublesome. So maybe very soon I will be, that's the problem with Harvard and all that. They Google it, and then if they found certain words, your funding will be pulled. So so we changed the mission statement, take out words and rephrase it, and hopefully ACCT board will approve it. So maybe a couple of weeks later, I will provide everybody a list of words we should not use. Okay. The April 4th, the Women of Color Action Network inauguration, it's amazing. I was so impressed by how many powerhouse CEOs from different colleges is on our campus, and very good turnout thanks to Dr. Garcia. It's really a great work to kick off Women of Color Action Network. And we have beautiful facility host them, and everybody commented about our facility. April 9th to 11th, APAHI Conference. My topic of presentation is choosing justice by promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion for Asian Pacific Islander students and employees. And not just because of the presentation, I was thrilled to see all our students and staff there. SOCA's booth, yeah, the staff is the most popular one. We have long line, and all the presentation by our staff is standing room only. It's all packed. So we are very active in participating the APAHI 2025. It's very nice to, normally trustee, as a trustee, I always say we are the endangered species for those conference, but it's nice to be there to support our staff. The past Monday, thank you to Trustee Santos, attended Roland Heights Coordinating Council with me, and you have the Roland Unified School District Superintendent. I thought he was doing Mount SAC report. He spent like 15 minutes, 20 minutes talk about how great Mount SAC was. So thank you for the outreach team. We really work well with Roland Unified School District. Lastly, I just want to congratulate all the award winners and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Haggerty. And Student Trustee?
Thank you, Chair. Like the colleague to my right, Trustee Judy Chen Haggerty, I also had a busy month, but I'll try to keep it brief. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody that gave public comment, and I want to thank our chair for allowing everyone to be heard. I appreciate it. And I want to say congratulations to our turf team, our women's basketball team, and our men's wrestling team. I'm very proud to represent students that come from a very robust institution in terms of athletics. So we're doing something right, I think. The day after our last Board of Trustees meeting, I flew to Washington, D.C. for the first time for our ASAC conference, and it was very cold there. And that's how I knew I was born and raised in Southern California. But it was a beautiful experience. It was very eye-opening and interesting. I had never been to Virginia and or the Capitol before, so to many more times. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend our Women of Color Action Network, and I was very sad not to go. I know it was a great event, and I've heard nothing but good things. But I wasn't able to attend because I was at General Assembly, which was our conference for our statewide student government, where I'm very grateful to announce that by majority consensus of the 117 delegates of our community college system that represent the 117 members and colleges of our statewide student government, I have been elected to be the next president of the SSCCC. And I'm very grateful for the faculty of... Thank you. I'm very grateful for the Faculty Association for your endorsement. That was such an honor to receive as an educator, as someone that comes from a background of education, specifically within K through 8. And so I just want to say I hear y'all, I understand what y'all experience and how you're expected to overachieve and not are compensated for that. So, but beyond that, we also had an opportunity to vote on this year's batch of resolutions that were written by leaders from across the state, and overwhelmingly our students support DEI. Our students overwhelmingly support undocumented students. Our students overwhelmingly support protecting the Department of Education, and not only protecting all the hard work that the people in here have done for decades, but to take us even further. And I think if there was one thing that I got from the consensus in the room is that we're not going to take it lying down. And so I'm really looking forward to representing our over 2.1 million students. And I would like to move into now saying congratulations to our next student trustee, Michelle Obasi of Mount SAC. So I'm really looking forward to her, and I'm going to invite her to give public comment, hopefully at next board meeting, so y'all can meet her. But also we elected a new president, Bert Nam, and our new vice president, Albert Lopez, as well as our new executive board. And so looking forward to assisting them in their transition and supporting our student government in any way that I can. I also attended the President's Forum and know that there was a lot of robust discussion, and I'm looking forward to the Student Forum on May 6th from 3 to 5. So I want to give out an invitation to everyone in the room to attend, and our Board of Trustees as well, too. And I think last but not least, I just want to quickly mention AR-15s. I think that this has been a very troubling time for our students, and I just want to say unequivocally that this is not something that I support, and I'm very disappointed in our institution for even considering this. I'm very frustrated because it seems like we don't know our students. Our institution does great, and I make sure to say again and again and again where we're doing great, but I want to give that same energy to when we need to do something better, and I think now is a time to do better. And I hope that we listen with open minds and open hearts. And I will conclude my report with that.
Thank you, Trustee Alvarado. For me, I just wanted to report that just before this board meeting, I got to hang out with our rising scholars and a number of faculty as we joined in what they call the spread. I think some of you guys did it before, and it's where the incarcerated will just bring their items and whatever food items, and then they just sort of spread it out, and that's the way they share snacks with each other. It was actually really interesting and enlightening, and so I got to participate in that just before our board meeting today, and it was a lot of fun to see so many faculty and staff. With that, I'm not going to repeat a number of the things that were already shared, so will conclude my report. We will just go down now to the President's report.
And meanwhile, the presentation is posted. I want to acknowledge that the forum was very difficult, and it's not easy to be in this position. I want to acknowledge our students and everyone who has made comments and is advocating, but it's been challenging, and I want to admit that. I also want to acknowledge that I want to thank the chief. I want to thank Acting VP Carter, because honestly, I don't think any of us were prepared for the experience at the level that we experienced it. So I'm still reflecting on that, and I will tell you that I'm a leader that leads with humility and recognize that there was things that I could have done differently. Thank you, trustees. Some of you have mentioned ACCT Governance Leadership Institute. I'm really grateful that you, as great as you do as a board, continue to strive to do better and continue to learn. So I'm just grateful for your attendance at the Governance Leadership Institute. It was mentioned that we did participate in an advocacy day, and I'm grateful to the trustees, both trustees Hidalgo who attended, and to Uriel. It was amazing to be there with him as he continued to share his story. It was evident that he himself continued to grow and develop his confidence. So I want to thank the faculty member, Marianne, and I also want to thank everyone that has contributed to his success, including Rising Scholars. Women of Color Action Network inaugural conference has been mentioned, I want to acknowledge Dr. Castro and every team member from Mount SAC that contributed to ensuring this day was a success. It was not easy because it was organized in a very short period of time, but we committed to offering this opportunity to women, and it was an amazing experience. We had attendees in tears, attendees who were experiencing tremendous joy, different feelings, but the definitely the feeling of uplifting each other was present, and it was just a really amazing day. And I want to thank my colleagues who supported this event as well. And special thanks to Dr. Jasmine Davids, who was our keynote speaker. Just really grateful for her contribution. I'm going to skip over this slide that's there for your review. It was mentioned Human Resources participated in the APAHI conference, and I just want to thank everyone that attended on behalf of Mount SAC and for your contribution to the success of that conference, including Trustee Chen Haggerty. Thank you. In regards to instruction, there's several slides here. I wanted to focus briefly on the speech and debate team. As we know, they're incredible. The faculty that help them and mentor them are amazing as well. And they won second place for Community College Sweepstakes Award. So congratulations to them. They had the opportunity to also go to South Korea, and it was just, to me, the fact that students at Mount SAC have those opportunities is really amazing. School of Continuing Ed, Adults with Disabilities and Psychiatric Technician Program. This was a partnership where now there are classes that are approved as psych tech. So the psych tech students are participating in the Adults with Disabilities classes program, and this is one way in which they're collaborating, but also the students are earning the hours that they must complete in order to complete the psych tech program. So great partnership. And here is also additional information in regards to School of Continuing Ed, specifically related to the testing center demand. Student services, there's several slides in regards to events that took place. I wanted to highlight the Transfer Fest that took place on March 18th. We did have over 200 students attend. Additional events related to student services, and then the last slides reflect some of the events that I participated in, and I was honored to participate on a panel focused on strategies for bridging education and employment in the San Gabriel Valley. So thank you very much to everyone for everything that you do every day. I'm just really grateful for all the work. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. That takes us to, we have completed agenda item 17.02. Now we're in the 1800s, which means that 18.01 means we have to adjourn, and it's almost blasted 11 p.m. What happened? But no, very good, great discussions this evening. And don't forget that our next board meeting is going to be held on Wednesday, May 14th. So it'll be halfway through the LA County Fair. Don't forget the fair starts on May 2nd. And I don't know if you heard about the big announcement, but Fairplex has been named as a Olympic venue for the LA 28 Games. The world's second most popular sport is coming to Pomona Fairplex, and that is cricket. It's going to become a cricket venue, and that is going to be the Olympic site for cricket, the second most popular sport in the world. So with that, I will adjourn this meeting.